Chapter 92 Sword Talisman. Chapter 92 Sword Talisman. Everyone who had seen this young man's actions all thought that their eyes must have failed them. Originally, when they saw the gray light turn and fly towards the crowd from the Seven Mysteries sect, they believed the midget had changed his mind, intending to first kill off the rest of the humble martial art disciples and then handle the gray-clothed person. Who would have imagined that the gray streak would fly into the crowd and actually land on the hand of a seemingly ordinary disciple, who effortlessly received it? This was far too much to believe. The Seven Mysteries sect side, including sect leader Wang and the gray-clothed man, felt both pleasantly surprised and relieved from the unexpected rescue. Wang Juechu was in ecstasy and was even more glad that he had the foresight to agree to let Han Li participate in the deathmatch. He knew that the survival of the participants in the deathmatch as well as the survival of the Seven Mysteries sect would henceforth depend entirely on this profoundly mysterious Dr. Han Li. Li Feiyu had understood what Han Li had stolen. At this moment his mouth had dropped open and did not close for a while. Although he knew his close friend was somewhat outstanding, to be able to take away the immortal cultivator's flying sword was a feat Li Feiyu could only dream of, making him absolutely giddy. This actually went as far as to make Xianxia elderly, and the opposing Jia Tianlong wide-eyed and speechless. Each of their facial expressions was very wonderful to behold. Numerous gazes were shot out, included fear, doubt and pleasant surprise, but all of them fell onto Han Li. Han Li had a smooth expression and was smiling all along. It seemed that he did not have even the slightest care for the spectators' attentive gazes. However, no one knew that behind that calm appearance, his mind was filled with endless depression. Only the heavens knew that Han Li absolutely did not want to take action. His original plan was to wait for the dwarf to negligently drop his golden barrier and then mount a sneak attack. Until then he would conceal himself in the rear and use very small fireballs to easily kill the opposition. But who would have thought that the plan of the heavens would supersede that of men? Han Li, from simply seeing the gray streak fly about, had stirred an uncomfortable irritation and unconsciously used a technique he had learned earlier through endless practice. Telekinesis technique. The result was an easy seizure of the object. Such a simple seizure was greatly unexpected. Han Li simply extended his magic power towards the gray streak and easily erased the dwarf's spiritual power, establishing a connection between him and the gray light. On one hand, Han Li had effortlessly seized control of the opponent's treasure and was secretly delighted. On the other hand, he now had no choice but to confront the dwarf, making him somewhat uneasy. He clearly understood he did not possess enough force to break the opponent's tortoise shell. The only thing giving him comfort was that his magic power had exceeded his opponent's several times over. Of course, the slightest sign of unease could not be seen in Han Li's expression. That was because he was fully aware that if one held the psychological high ground, then they would possess a great advantage in a true confrontation and would somewhat increase the odds of success out of thin air. This was a trick he had learned from within the blinking sword art manuals. As a result, after recognizing the dwarf as a great enemy, Han Li showed the opposite and instead showed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. He leisurely moved the treasure he had just taken back and forth in his hands. The gray streak remained spirited, and its length was indeterminate, its true form still unclear. Han Li raised his head to take a glance at the somewhat pale dwarf and slightly smiled. He lightly rubbed the gray streak in between his hands. The gray streak's brilliance was immediately exhausted, revealing its true appearance. It was actually a Taoist paper talisman. In addition, a picture of a small gray sword was drawn on this peculiar talisman. The small gray sword on the paper talisman was drawn vividly and lifelike as if it were real. In addition, there was no magic power urging the small sword to move, yet it emitted a faint flowing light on its own, as if it were an exceptionally sharp sword. Its cold aura was menacing. However, he had second thoughts regarding this Taoist talisman. Recalling the previous great display of its outstanding mysterious power, he felt somewhat satisfied. After all, its ferociousness was seen with his own eyes. He was certain it will be quite useful later on. Han Li easily pocketed the talisman in his bosom. He didn't dare to swaggeringly use this item in front of its previous owner. Who knows what tricks the opponent could do with the talisman. In addition, he was quite unfamiliar with the telekinesis technique, having never practiced it on a suitable object. He supposed that if he were to use this object now, it would be very difficult to injure his opponent with it. Across from him, Monk Golden Light stared helplessly as Han Li pocketed the treasure he had taken from him. He could not help but become furious, but he did not have the courage to step forward and tear it away from him. It should be known that since the opponent was able to easily erase his spiritual power from the talisman, his opponent's magic power should be several times deeper than his own. He truly did not have the courage to contest against him. Han Li saw that the dwarf was strained. Monk Golden Light was clearly angry but did not dare to speak, knowing that he was already subdued by his opponent. Not knowing who was superior, Han Li's nerves couldn't help but want to settle this matter even more. Finally, deciding to be a fox masquerading as a tiger, Han Li exerted the imperial flight technique on his body. His figure flashed several times until he arrived in front of the dwarf. Seeing Han Li move in the way that gods appeared and demons vanished, Monk Golden Light grew even more fearful. He could not help but recoil several steps, timidly saying in a soft voice, "What are you going to do? I'm not conquering this region's resources, nor did I take any spiritual herbs or immortal elixirs. I only received a few of these mortals' gold, nothing more. Furthermore, I didn't violate your local clan's interests. You have no reason to kill me." Hearing these words, Han Li was secretly delighted. He knew the opponent had mistaken him as a representative of some immortal cultivation clan. His confidence suddenly rose a bit. He deliberately gave a faint smile and soon after he feigned a mysterious identity and softly asked, "I don't know who your excellency is. Why have you taken the initiative to participate in mortal affairs and disturb the local order of the secular realm? This puts my clan in a difficult position." Hearing the opponent's mind tone and thinking that Han Li lacked the intention to dispose of him, the dwarf immediately roused his spirit. His two small eyeballs spun around in several circles and he hastily said in an evasive manner, "I am a disciple of the Yi clan from the Xianxia mountain range. I was simply passing by. Because I was an old friend of the feral wolf gang's commander, I couldn't resist their plea and decided to help them out. By no means did I have any intention of deliberately offending your clan. Brother, I hope you'll forgive me. What is the name of your noble clan? In the future, this humble man will certainly visit your clan to apologize for this offense." Chapter 93 Raging Flames Burning the Enemy. Chapter 93 Raging Flames Burning the Enemy. After revealing the fact that he was someone from the Yi clan, the dwarf involuntarily puffed out his chest. As if he could draw support from the words he just spoke, the tone of his voice also got more bold. It seemed like he was extremely confident about the fame associated with the name Yi clan from the Xianxia mountain range. Seeing how courageous the dwarf became all of a sudden, Han Li knew that the Yi clan had to be a famous immortal clan. However, even though the dwarf had such an impressive backing, he had still panicked during the start of the fight and made mistakes that clearly showed that he did not lie. He was just a nobody within the immortal clan. His life or death held no significance to the clan, which would not stir even if he perished. Han Li made his judgment within a few short moments. In his heart he had already decided to finish off his opponent, since he knew that there wouldn't be any future repercussions. This deduction destroyed the last thread of sympathy within Han Li, whose heart began to surge increasingly with a strong murderous intent. After all, his opponent's magic power could not be compared to Han Li's. Even the dwarf's movements and actions were that of an idiot, despite the dwarf being an immortal cultivator. However, how rare was it to find an immortal cultivator here? Even if there were no conditions of a death match, Han Li would not give up this chance and reject this big gift. In addition, Han Li could easily deduce that the dwarf was not a kind-hearted being based on his mannerisms and speech. Thus, when Han Li moved into action, he did not have the slightest hesitation. Qin Yiling, Yi clan. Could it be he's from that famous clan? Surprise appeared on Han Li's face as if he believed the dwarf's words. Since his opponent dared to use this name to intimidate him, Han Li silently guessed that this clan should be quite famous among immortal cultivators. It's exactly the Yi clan. Brother, you've actually heard of the Yi clan, so I believe you won't purposely make things difficult for me. Seeing how the great name of the Yi clan affected Han Li, the dwarf started to boast and speak in a loud voice. Yi clan? Han Li pretended to hesitate as he scratched his head, displaying an expression of contemplation. Upon seeing this situation, joy bloomed in that dwarf's heart. He immediately rushed to the side and frenziedly hit the drum, creating a cacophony of noise. He was extremely afraid that the situation would turn out disadvantageous for him if this dragged on. How about this? I will bring you to see one of the clan's elders and we'll let the upper management decide how we should deal with this. How about it, brother? Han Li replied as if he was being put into a difficult position. No need for such troubles. This is just a small matter. If you want the elders to get involved in such a small affair, I'm afraid it would leave a bad impression in the eyes of the elder and would be greatly detrimental to your future progress. The moment the dwarf heard Han Li's reply, he couldn't help but jump in shock. He hurriedly put on a caring face, trying to dissuade Han Li. Monk Golden Light saw Han Li as an inexperienced young immortal cultivator who was traveling to gain worldly experience. He thought that Han Li had always been trapped inside his clan and made to cultivate. The only possible explanation for Han Li's youthful age and his profound magic power was that he had only recently come out to the secular world. Thank you, brother, for your reminder. Han Li appeared very touched, lowering his head as he pondered. Extending his arms, he took out the talisman with the picture of a small sword etched over it. This is the first time I met you, but brother has already shown such great care for me. I think I shall return this treasure to you, its original owner. Deceptively, Han Li spoke in a sincere tone, although there were some lingering traces of unwillingness in his expression. The dwarf was extremely happy. To think that the immortal cultivator in front of him was so naive that he would want to return the treasure that the dwarf had just lost. Afraid that any hesitation would cause Han Li to change his mind, the dwarf stopped thinking further about it and hurriedly decided. As he waved his hands, the golden barrier around him dissolved completely. He extended his hand to get back his talisman and rudely said, "Since brother is so sincere, I will no longer be polite." Seeing the dwarf had extended his hand in an attempt to grab the talisman, Han Li's expression abruptly underwent a huge change. He pointed to the back of the dwarf and excitedly called out, "Clan leader, why has this esteemed elder arrived at this place?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf froze, so frightened that he no longer cared about the treasure. He turned his head around, but there was no one there, only silence. **T. No matter how stupid the dwarf was, he knew that he had fallen for Han Li's trap. Hurriedly turning back his head, he could only feel a hot sensation near his chest. Soon after, flames started rising up his body, covering him in a sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, the dwarf was incinerated into ashes. After this moment, Han Li let out a long sigh and retracted the hand that he had used to shoot out the fireball earlier. Using the small fireball technique, and killing his opponent with a single move, the whole process seemed extremely simple, but he had actually expended a great deal of effort under a lot of pressure in order to come up with this plan. Now that his sneak attack had succeeded, a joyful smile broke out on his face, and he praised himself silently. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu had clearly seen what happened just now, but they did not understand what they saw. Because neither Han Li nor the dwarf was willing to let others listen in to their conversation, they had spoken in extremely low tones. The spectators were too far away and thus were unable to hear their voices. They only knew that upon seeing Han Li, the dwarf got extremely afraid, but after exchanging a few sentences, the dwarf appeared to be sincerely begging Han Li for something. During the final moments, they saw that when the dwarf's back was turned, Han Li had abruptly unleashed a fireball and incinerated the feral wolf gang's backer, easily disintegrating him into a layer of white dust. Jia Tianlong felt a bitter taste in his mouth, so bitter that it seeped deep into his heart. How could this have happened? Originally the outcome was in their favor, but why did it end up like this? After this unremarkable disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect appeared, everything was suddenly turned upside down. Even Monk Golden Light, an immortal cultivator, was burned to a state where he couldn't be any more than dead. On the other hand, Wang Juechu's emotions were naturally opposite from that of his great enemy. He tightly gripped to the hilt of his long sword that was placed on his waist, and was looking over with an excited expression. Squatting in an ungraceful posture, he looked at Han Li, who easily swept away the dwarf, while showing a fervent expression on his face. The current Han Li was very excited. However, this was not just excitement from winning against the dwarf. From Monk Golden Light's ashes, he discovered a few items that had not been burned into ashes. There weren't many items. Only a talisman, a command medallion, and a book. The talisman was the one that the dwarf had used to erect the golden barrier. Although Han Li did not know the incantation, it was still sufficient enough to drive him wild with joy. Currently, the thing that he needed most of all was a protective measure that could be used to save his life. The command medallion was a black, triangular shape object. On one side there were golden words carved upon it, Immortal Ascension, while on the other side the word command was engraved in silver. The entire command medallion didn't seem to be made from metal, but it was heavy and solid to the touch. Hanli had no idea what it could be used for. And as for that book, Hanli knew that this had to be some extraordinary object, given the fact that it wasn't burned into a crisp after he unleashed his fireball technique. But after flipping through a few pages, he realized that this book was actually a genealogical record of some sort, a record of those that were surnamed Qin. Hanli did not know what this had to do with monk golden light, nor why it was so important that the dwarf carried it in his possession. This dwarf said that he was a disciple from the Yi clan, but he brought along a genealogical record of those who were surnamed Qin. Could he be a bastard child of the Yi clan? Greatly disappointed, Hanli made a few malicious guesses. Those approaching crossbow bolts passed through Hanli's figure without the slightest obstruction and flew off into the distance. In that split second, it was as if his body was incorporeal. Soon after, underneath the full light of day, his body shook several times and disappeared without a trace. Jia Tianlong's complexion ashened. Just as he instructed his subordinates to be careful, Hanli had suddenly appeared only a few dozen steps away from them. Without waiting for Jia Tianlong to give the order, the iron guards disorderly shot out arrows from their crossbows once more. This time the bolts were followed by flying knives, sleeve-sprung bolts, and a number of other hidden weapons. Combined, they were like a swarm of bees shooting towards Hanli. The attack made these people look at each other in dismay. Their opponent was no longer in their sight, having disappeared without a trace. Just as Jia Tianlong became alarmed, he suddenly heard two miserable shrieks from behind him. He was taken aback and immediately turned around. He saw two iron guards near him turn into human fireballs. He also saw that the youth who had earlier disappeared now had his palms pressed against the guards' bodies. In the instant his palm left their bodies, the two iron guards had already turned to ash. As the youth's palms parted, Jia Tianlong faintly saw a flickering red light from the center of his hand, but he didn't know what astonishing technique Hanli had used. What Jia Tianlong saw was a demonstration of magic techniques and martial arts being perfectly used simultaneously. A red light glowed from both of his hands. Each glowing light was a small fireball from the fireball technique. Hanli slowly circulated magic power through his body, returning the small fireballs to their original size. Then his figure disappeared once more and immediately reappeared at other end of the crowd. Once again another feral wolf gang member was turned into a raging fireball. In this manner Hanli intermittently disappeared and reappeared within the crowd. Each time he appeared there was a victim. Regardless of where he touched the victim with his hand, that person would immediately combust and thoroughly disappear from the world. Jia Tianlong blankly looked ahead with eyes that lacked even the slightest spirit. His complexion turned ash-gray like that of a corpse. In that short moment more than half had died under Hanli's hand. Those remaining felt insecure and one after another, they began to flee in every direction. However, in the face of the opponent's ghost-like body technique, these people were reduced to ash one after another. By the time he was down to his last subordinate, Jia Tianlong's fiery spirit was already smothered. The commander of the feral wolf gang had become completely numb. He knew that the fact that he was not touched by Hanli up until now was a meaningless facade, deliberately upheld by his opponent. However, he was the only one remaining now, so he reckoned that the deadly fire would eventually descend onto his own head soon. Hanli did not let Commander Jia Tianlong wait any longer. After he got rid of the commander's last subordinate, Hanli did not hesitate and immediately flashed behind Jia Tianlong. Hanli gave Jia Tianlong preferential treatment by sending him off with a complete fireball. After the great Jia Tianlong was delivered to the next world, Hanli clapped his hands and softly said to himself, "It seems that killing this many people is not too difficult of a matter. I told you earlier to settle it yourselves. That would have been much better. There would have been less suffering as well, but you made me settle this personally. The feeling of being on fire must have certainly been unpleasant." TL, delivered to the next world. In Chinese literally means return west. This is a euphemism for dying, but it implies that a person has returned to a reference to Buddhism. Just like this, the feral wolf gang and the rest of the invaders retreated rapidly out of the celestial Rainbow Mountains. They abused their horses, rushing through the night, in order to quickly leave the Seven Mysteries sect's territory. Because the power of the Seven Mysteries sect's upper echelon had been severely damaged, sect leader Wang did not send men to pursue the retreating invaders. That day was an extremely long day. Once the day had passed, both the feral wolf gang and the Seven Mysteries sect laid down their flags and ceased their drum beats, entering a ceasefire to recuperate from their losses. This time around, the battle between both parties was a fight with many twists and turns. Before long, word spread of a legendary immortal as well as a demonic figure. This legendary tale caused members of both good and evil sects to discuss this topic relentlessly, transforming the story into one that would echo endlessly through multiple generations. In the story, the great battle began with a supreme sword wielder, capable of unleashing sword beams from his sword, fighting against a sword immortal that could fly by stepping on his flying sword. In the end, the sword immortal's flying sword techniques were too mysterious, even mightier than the sword beams, and thus the sword immortal easily defeated the supreme sword user. Making use of this opportunity, a fiery demon suddenly appeared and killed the sword immortal right after the supreme sword user and the sword immortal had injured each other. The demon also went berserk, invoking his flames to kill over 1,000 spectators. One of the casualties was the unlucky Jia Tianlong, commander of the feral wolf gang. He died without a corpse, disintegrating into dust. At the border of God Hand Valley, Han Li heard the story in which he became a fiery demon from Li Feiyu's mouth. He stood his ground in shock, speechless. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was cracking up and bending over in laughter to such an extent that he couldn't even straighten his back after half a day. It was noontime, the 5th day after the death match. That night, Han Li silently hid himself within the crowd and left Setting Sun Summit. Once he found Crooked Soul, they returned back to God Hand Valley. Once he was back, he hung a sign that stated that he would refuse to meet with anyone, even the Seven Mysteries sect's highest authority, because of seclusion training. Naturally, because of the fame behind Han Li's name, the top-level figures did not dare to show any sense of dissatisfaction, nor did they dare to intrude God Hand Valley without an invitation. They could only wait obediently outside the valley for a period of time and sigh as they returned back the way they came. During the following days, Han Li began using the dwarf sword talisman to practice the telekinesis technique. Because he knew that he didn't have much time left, he would practice his telekinesis technique even before the sun rose. Every day, he made the glowing talisman soar through the valley and fly unhindered in a dance until his energy was depleted. Afterward, he would close his eyes to replenish his energy before resuming his practice. In this manner, Han Li repeatedly persisted his dry and dull training that lasted for 3 days until he had fully mastered the initial stage of the telekinesis technique. Chapter 96. While practicing his control over the talisman's flight, Han Li discovered that using the telekinesis technique to propel the talisman would turn it into a gray streak of light. Although it was incomparably sharp, there were some major limitations when it was put into full use, even though it could cut through nearly everything and attacked according to his will. First of all, propelling this gray light cost too much magic power. Once Han Li cultivated to the 8th layer of Eternal Spring Arts, he could continuously use Fireball technique 100 times. However, when controlling the gray light, his magic power could only persist for a short quarter of an hour before it was completely exhausted. He currently remembered that earlier Monk Golden Light had not immediately made use of the gray streak. His magic power was far too limited and could only control the talisman for a pitiful amount of time. This explained why he had put up such weak resistance when Han Li seized the gray streak. While the dwarf was controlling the gray streak, the dwarf had probably expended more than half of his magic power. In addition, Han Li's magic power was originally far greater than that of the dwarf's. When contesting in magic power with the dwarf, it was natural for the dwarf to be completely and utterly defeated. In addition, another problem with the gray streak was that its attacking distance was quite limited. The gray streak could only be easily controlled within a radius of about 70 meters. Outside of this range, his control would become rigid and sluggish. Occasionally, he would lose control. When flying outside the range of about 100 meters, the gray streak would completely change back to its true form as a talisman and drop to the ground. With regards to those two flaws, Han Li believed that once his magic power advanced, those problems would gradually be alleviated. However, there was one last problem: the talisman's fatal flaw. After using the talisman several times, Han Li became aware that the cold light emitted from drawing of the small gray sword slowly grew weaker the more he used it. It seemed that its lifespan was gradually reduced. In other words, this talisman had a limited number of uses. When the number of times it could be used passed the limit, it would be completely exhausted and die a ripe death. Once Han Li had somewhat learned to control this gray light, he immediately stopped practicing. After all, he wanted to be able to use this talisman during a crucial moment of dangerous situations. Perhaps in a later crisis, this item would be able to save his tiny life. In the same way, Han Li believed that the golden talisman that could transform into a golden barrier also had a similar restriction. However, for the time being, he didn't know the incantation to use it. He could only store it away and prepare it for future use. After Han Li had rested, he investigated the triangular command medallion and the Qin clan's manual. Unfortunately, he gained nothing from these objects. 5 days passed in this manner. The moment when Han Li removed the sign saying that he would not see others, Li Feiyu rushed in like a fart. When he saw Han Li, he told him about the rumor of him turning into a demon. These rumors left Han Li speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He could only harden his face and give Li Feiyu an unhappy look. Li Feiyu was obviously making fun of him. Li Feiyu finally stopped laughing heartily and slowly restrained his smile. He said to Han Li with a solemn voice, "You should be able to guess the reason why I came here. And is it not because the sect's many elders did not feel at ease with me and sent you to scout out my attitude?" Han Li dully replied with indifference. "Hee. As long as you know." As if he were burdened by the elder's great trust, Li Feiyu let out a sigh. "These people have long been captured and are under strict observation. The great majority of the sect are nevertheless grateful towards you, Dr. Han. We absolutely wouldn't take actions that would harm our friends and benefit our enemies." After pondering for a moment, Wang Juechu spoke those words with an awe-inspiring righteousness. Hearing this, Han Li grimly laughed in his heart. Ever since he had revealed his strength and assisted the Seven Mysteries sect through this calamity, he had reminded himself to be careful of the proverbs, "The birds are gone, the bow is put away," and to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. He did not believe that the others would have kindness and be thankful towards him, but the hearts of men were truly hard to fathom. He resigned himself to the words that the great men have once said: "So long as there were benefits, forgetting favors to violate justice and not recognizing one's family were no less common than drinking water." This was also one of the reasons why he had refused to meet with the conspirators after Han Li had returned to the valley. He had deliberately made these elders cool their heads. Otherwise, the torch of greed would completely burn away their reason. Although he had told Li Feiyu to deliver a message that he would meet with the elders, Han Li did not plan to meet them on schedule. Even though his current strength was far greater than that of an ordinary expert from Jiang who, if the elders were to use a few shameful methods, there would be far too many methods capable of killing him. As a result, he intentionally arrived half a day earlier for the sake of his safety, stealthily meeting with sect leader Wang by himself. Just now he had merely probed Wang Juechu a little. This great sect leader Wang had revealed all that he originally wished to conceal. It seemed that these 7 mystery sect elders had truly thought over such matters and wanted to act against him. However, this did not matter. Regardless of whether the other party truly wanted to act against him or were just contemplating about it, they would not elicit any anger from him. By the time he finished his business with the number 1 figure in the 7 mysteries sect, he would have already gone far away. Thus, he would no longer have any relations with them. After looking at Wang Juechu for a moment, he mysteriously said, "I won't speak any more nonsense. I won't hide this from you, sect leader Wang. After this meeting between your venerable self and I will depart from this place and travel to a faraway land. It is very likely that I will not return to the celestial Rainbow Mountains. Before I leave, I wish to make a deal with sect leader that would be beneficial to both parties." A deal. Hearing that Han Li would leave, sect leader Wang was stunned. However, after hearing that he wanted to make a deal with him, he was even more bewildered. What kind of deal can I do for medicinal god Han? He could not help but be somewhat perturbed. All this had once captivated Han Li so the extent that he had dreamt about it daily. Now it finally appeared in front of his eyes. Han Li suppressed the excitement in his heart. He allowed the driver to stop the carriage far outside the village, while Crooked Soul remained in the carriage. Then Hanli walked towards the direction of the village. The closer he got, the faster his heart thumped. Hanli had not felt such an irresistible emotion in a long time. Chapter 99. Departure. Finally, Hanli entered the village, advancing step by step. As he walked through the village entrance, he heard a burst of joyous sounds from musical instruments. Strangely, not a single person could be seen as he walked through the village's small streets. Hanli's heart stirred. The empty streets and the joyous sounds were memories from his childhood that he couldn't be more familiar with. This was clearly someone's wedding celebration. Everyone in the village would celebrate and join in on the fun. Hanli lifted his spirits and slowly spread out his spiritual sense. By doing so, he discovered that both young and old had gathered together at the village center as he expected. However, the place they had gathered at felt so familiar to Hanli. Was this not the house where he had lived? Hanli was surprised by no small amount. Could it be? Hanli had a faint guess at last. He sped up his pace, hastily passing by many households and turning many corners until he saw the sight before him. Several hundred villagers were surrounding an earthen courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there were many tile-roofed houses that were in better condition than the houses nearby. A large banner with celebratory words hung from each entrance. In addition, there was a small group of instrumental performers that was making quite a bit of noise at the front of the courtyard. There were some villagers who stood, others who crouched, and a few who were not paying attention and simply sitting on the ground. Gathered into groups of 3 and 4, they whispered and sometimes engaged in heated arguments. Some continued to look at the courtyard with envy. In addition, there were many children joyfully chasing one another under adult supervision. Seeing this familiar scene, Hanli's mind was distracted for a time. In this split second, it was as if he had returned to his childhood from long ago and was with the other children, chasing them while making lots of noise. Ziz. The Han family's 4th daughter truly has good fortune. I heard the husband is a state official from the city, a truly studious and scholarly individual. Till, Ziz, the sound of a tongue clicking. Truly? And she's going to be his legal wife? She's going to have the status of an official's wife. TL, legal wife as opposed to being a concubine. I heard that the Han family had delivered a frighteningly large dowry, several dozen taels of snowflake silver. They are truly wealthy. The village women's noisy gossiping roused Hanli from his stupor. The Han family's 4th daughter? Isn't that my little sister? Could it truly be the day of my little sister's wedding? Hanli felt a burst of vague emotions continuously surging inside him. Though what he thought remained a mystery, Hanli hid behind a large nearby tree several steps away, attentively and unwaveringly staring at the courtyard gate. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance, "The sedan chair has arrived. The groom has come to receive the bride." Upon hearing these words, the villagers were in an uproar, instantly becoming a boiling cauldron of voices. "The bride has emerged. The bride has emerged. Quickly come and see." The clamoring even surpassed that of the shrilling children. Hanli's spirit shook as he fervently continued to watch the courtyard gate. Creak. The wooden courtyard gate opened. More than a dozen men and women came out, escorting a young woman wearing a red wedding dress in between them. This young woman's chin was sharp, and her appearance was graceful, belonging to a girl 16 or 17 years old. At this moment her face was bashful. Hanli widely opened his eyes and attentively observed this young woman's appearance, trying to find some resemblance with the little sister from his memories. Aside from her general facial appearance and the corner of her eyes, he found no other trace of familiarity from his olden days. Chapter 100. Jiaoyuan City. The Lan province is the 8th largest of the 13 provinces in the state of Yu. It is located in the southern region of the state of Yu. Despite its small size, it is said to be quite wealthy, second only to the Xian province. With fertile land, countless rivers, lakes and canals running through the region as well as constant favorable weather, the province was extremely suited to growing grain and rice. Thus, it became the state's largest producer of crops. Located in the center of Lan province was Jiaoyuan City. Although it wasn't the Lan province's capital, it was without question the largest city in its province. The Great Lu Canal, which spanned from the north to the south of the province, passed through the center of the city. In addition, several roads and waterways also ran through the city. As a result, the city's transportation was highly developed and could be considered the hub of water transportation, as well as the main road of trade and commerce in the region. Every year, an innumerous amount of merchants and travelers passed through, spurring an enormous amount of trade at this location. Therefore, the fact that Jiayuan City became the largest city in the province was not strange in the least. In Jiayuan City there was traffic of all sorts. Docks and boatmen were numerous and could be found anywhere in the city. Boatmen, cart drivers and unskilled laborers were as many as number of the hairs on an ox. There were several tens of thousands of people including Sun Ergu who relied on the harbor to make a living. TL, Sun Ergu. Sun being a surname, not the star in the sky, and ergo meaning second dog. Like his name suggested, Sun Ergu had long, slanted eyebrows and crooked eyes. In addition, he had the appearance of a ruffian, a cross between a rotten pear and a spoiled. However, because he was skilled in flattery and reading body language, he had actually been able to secure the position of minor gang leader. Managing several tens of unskilled porters, he made a living off the harbor transporting the goods and luggage of passing merchants. This was the reason why Sun Ergu's many subordinates had hastily gathered at early dawn and respectfully addressed him with, "Good morning, Grandpa Heir," and "Grandpa Heir has come." TL. In Confucianism, status is often associated with age. That is why you often see in Chinese stories, "I, your father," or "this grandpa," referring to self, as a way of acting arrogant. Hearing these greetings, Sun Ergu could not help but be somewhat smug. After all, being addressed as grandpa indicated that here he was someone of status. Consequently, he exhibited an air of arrogance. He finally responded to his subordinate's greetings after snorting from his nose. "Who is Grandpa Heir? Shouldn't it be Grandpa Ergu?" "It should, but here there's only a two-legged dog imitating a man." TL. A play on words from his name? Ergu Heir. To go? Dog. Haha. Haha. The burst of mocking and ridicule could not mask the words that entered Ergu's ear. After Sun Ergu had heard this, his face suddenly sunk and his mood dropped in an instant. He slowly turned his head and looked to the several tens of people at the other side of the dock. He brought his gaze down to a large, burly, dark-skinned man as a hint of hate flashed in his eyes. Among all the people that Sun Ergu hated the most in the entire city of Jiayuan, this large, dark-skinned man would absolutely make it into his top 3. If someone were to tell him that he or she would use the wealth of Sun Ergu's entire family to thoroughly make this large, dark-skinned man disappear from the world, Sun Ergu might hesitate, but if he or she changed it to only half of Sun Ergu's wealth, he wouldn't hesitate to agree in the least. Naturally, this was because he led a life of decadence. The so-called entirety of his family's wealth wasn't much to begin with. No one had known what the dark-skinned man's name was for quite a long time. The people at the harbor either addressed him as Grandpa Black, or his nickname, Black Bear. He was the leader of the small gang Iron Fist group, while Sun Ergu held a similar status in the 4th-level gang. As a result, these factions had arrived at this dock to supervise the porters of their respective sides. A mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, let alone this minuscule dock. As a result, the 2 gangs have had tense relations since. After several conflicts over merchant customers, their relationships grew even more vile. Whenever the 2 gangs saw each other, they would sneer in contempt and shove each other aside, falling short of a full-on conflict. If the subordinates acted in this manner, then what was there to say about the greatest beneficiaries of the business here, Sun Ergu and Black Bear? These 2 figures looked at each other with great dislike. However, as the young gang leaders, these 2 knew that the Iron Fist group and the 4th-level gang were allied gangs. They had united to fend off the comparatively larger Poison Dragon gang. As a result, although the 2 had wanted to drive the other away from this place and monopolize the dock, they could only restrain themselves for the time being. However, they accumulated resentment and fury against one another and vented their feelings through their subordinates' verbal conflicts. Their exchange of insults had become a common occurrence that took place every morning. As a matter of fact, Sun Ergu's subordinates did not even wait to initiate a conflict. Many clever, eloquent subordinates struck back without a trace of politeness. Do you know what animal is the most stupid of them all? Bears. Which of bears are the most stupid? Black bears without a doubt. Ha! When Black Bear had originally heard his own subordinates ridicule the other party, his face wore a proud expression. However, his elated face darkened after hearing these words. Sun Ergu started to smile. Pleased, he patted the shoulders of several subordinates to further encourage them. Black Bear's subordinates were not to be outdone. Those on Sun Ergu's side were not polite either. A great deal of filthy words spurted out from both sides. Everyone became each other's old grandpa and neither side feared the other. Naturally, the conflict at the dock was not pleasant to hear. Vulgar unpleasantries of all kinds were exchanged. As the leaders of their respective gangs, Sun Ergu and Black Bear coolly looked at each other. Since they were people with status, they naturally could not join in the abusive, quarrelsome racket. Just as these two sides' mouths and tongues were about to dry, saliva suddenly splattered. One of Sun Ergu's subordinates cried out in alarm, "A boat is drawing near." These words roused Black Bear's near 100 cursing subordinates, who all exhaled in surprise. Sun Ergu said in a low voice, 30 to 70. This was originally our prey. Black Bear directly refuted. 40 to 60 and I can't lower it any further. Your explanation is not enough to make me concede. Sun Ergu stated in a sly manner, hitting the nail on the head. This? Black Bear hesitated. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his own profits. You can take your time to think all you want, but I'm afraid that people from the other gangs already have their eyes on this fat sheep. Sun Ergu coldly snorted. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's strike our palms to seal the deal. Black Bear was obviously agitated by Sun Ergu's words, but he quickly agreed to the offer. Pa Sun Ergu and Black Bear spat on their palms and struck each other's palms 3 times, forming a temporary alliance. Okay, quick, we need to catch up to him before he disappears into the crowded areas. Sun Ergu hurriedly exclaimed. Hee. Don't you worry, I've already instructed the 2 whom he hired as porters to lead him into a backwater alley. Let's hurry over there now to intercept them. Considering himself quite crafty, Black Bear laughed. Excellent. What a cunning plan, my old brother. Sun Ergu's expression broke into joy, but inside his heart shuddered. He silently reminded himself to increase his guard when dealing with Black Bear. Chapter 102. Murder. On arrival, walking away from the dock, Hanli had his 2 porters walk in front of him and lead him to a nearby inn. He planned to first have a proper rest and then think of his other affairs. These 2 men didn't hesitate to lead Hanli into the city. On the way, they turned 7 corners and changed directions 8 times. After they walked for a good while, he hadn't seen the slightest trace of an inn. Although Hanli continued to follow behind the 2 porters, he saw that with each passing road intersection, his surroundings became increasingly desolate. He wrinkled his brow. Although he hadn't lodged within a large city before, he still knew that it was impossible for an inn to be established in such a secluded place. What customers would possibly arrive here? Thus, when they brought him into a filthy, dark alley, Hanli bitterly smiled. He felt that he should immediately restrain the 2 and torture them into telling him what sort of scheme they were planning. Just as Hanli had thought to act, 10 large men suddenly appeared further up ahead in the alley. These men seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, he had seen them earlier at the docks. These men held a variety of iron clubs and daggers. At this moment, they gazed at Hanli and Crooked Soul with malicious intent. In addition, those 2 porters who were carrying Hanli's luggage suddenly charged into the crowd and turned their heads, giving Hanli a sinister smile. Hanli sighed. It seemed he no longer needed to interrogate them because he realized their plan. He didn't expect that, as soon as he stepped foot on Dr. Mo's hometown, he would come across a cheap plot to kill him for his money. Boy, don't blame our cruel hearts. You should blame whoever let you bring this much silver for your bad luck. A coarse voice spoke from behind him. Hanli turned to look, finding 7 to 8 robust men appear behind him. They were led by 2 men. One of them was tall and burly and had black skin, while the other had a crooked head and rat eyes. They were Black Bear and Sun Ergu. This was not the first time these 2 had done this kind of shady business, plotting to kill and steal. They clearly understood that so long as the job was done cleanly and no witnesses remained, the authorities would not take notice of it. After all, even if someone were to report a missing foreigner, the amount of people that went missing each year was far too great. It was impossible to expend the great amount of effort to look for them one after another. That was why, after Black Bear had finished talking, he did not hesitate to signal several men to charge. Those men brandished their deadly weapons and quickly surrounded Han Li and Crooked Soul. Seeing these large men's bloodthirsty, cruel appearances, Han Li could not help but feel a desire to kill flash through his eyes. He knew that these men had done such deplorable acts on more than one occasion. Otherwise they wouldn't reek so strongly of blood. Kill them all. Do not hold back. Han Li coldly commanded Crooked Soul. Upon hearing Han Li, Crooked Soul let out several soft roars, each roar carrying a trace of excitement. It suddenly charged out, rushing directly into the crowd. The giant let out a punch as fast as lightning, hitting a large man's head. That robust man became like a bag of sand, flying crookedly into a stone wall. His blood and brains streamed all over the ground. Only half of his head remained. At this time, one man wielding a dagger and another with a crude iron club took this opportunity to attack Crooked Soul's back. Crooked Soul didn't turn its head. Instead it waved its arm behind its neck, slashing around in a semicircle. Ping ping. The pair's weapons flew into the air, along with the hands grasping them. Fresh blood dripped down between their thumbs and forefingers. Crooked Soul immediately stood on a single leg and swept the other leg behind him like a sickle as fast as the wind. Chapter 103 Subdue. Chapter 103. Subdue. Han Li had his back facing Black Bear, who was standing alongside the battling crowd. Although Black Bear tried his best to soften his footsteps, how could it possibly escape Han Li's notice? As the distance between Black Bear and Han Li shortened to just a few steps, Black Bear started to sprint, moving frenziedly like a demon. Han Li lightly shifted his body slightly and pivoted to directly face Black Bear, revealing a smile on his face. Black Bear was shocked out of his wits, but he could no longer stop his momentum. Helplessly, he could only roar as he extended his black hairy hands, grabbing ruthlessly towards Han Li. He estimated that Han Li was just someone without much battle experience, and should have been shocked immobile by his savage, demon-like rush, thus rendering him vulnerable. Upon seeing the black, burly man recklessly raise his hand against him, Han Li's expression suddenly sunk. His body flickered and disappeared right in front of Black Bear's eyes. Black Bear's roar became stuck in his throat as he quickly halted his steps, planning to run away. Suddenly, he felt the point of a sword that shone brilliantly like snow coming into contact with his throat before it disappeared once more. Black Bear rapidly covered the bleeding wound with his hands and attempted to speak. However, only some unintelligible grunts was heard before his corpse fell onto the ground. The color of Sun Ergu's face turned waxy yellow. He had witnessed the youth moving like a specter as he appeared behind Black Bear's back and easily sliced Black Bear's throat with a flexible sword he had drawn from his waist. Afterward, the youth took out a white cloth and wiped the blood off his sword. The young man raised his head and flashed a smile at Sun Ergu, almost as if he could sense Sun Ergu's gaze. As if he had seen a poisonous snake, Sun Ergu quickly retracted his gaze. His longtime enemy Black Bear had just died, but he felt not a hint of joy or excitement. On the contrary, he felt sad and mournful like a person in distress. He was completely awake now, and he knew full well that this young man was no fat sheep, but rather a King Yen from hell who wanted his life. TL. The god of death and a ruler of one of hell's 18 levels. The only slight trace of hope that Sun Ergu had left was whether his subordinates were able to defeat Han Li's giant bodyguard. If that were the case, then he would still have a chance at surviving, enabling him to negotiate with the young man and thus saving his insignificant little life. But as soon as Sun Ergu saw the situation unfolding over there with the young man's giant bodyguard, he became dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. Lacking the strength to move even a single muscle, over 20 burly men were lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. The giant bodyguard glanced coldly in Sun Ergu's direction. Although a mantle was obscuring the giant's features, Sun Ergu could still feel a bestial bloody aura emanating from the large figure, causing his waxy yellow face to turn pale white. Han Li observed the variation of expressions on Sun Ergu's face, and from his movements, Han Li determined that this person did not know martial arts. Looking at Sun Ergu's face of abject terror, Han Li disdained from dealing with Sun Ergu personally. Crooked Soul, kill him. Han Li commanded. No, please. I surrender. I'm willing to give up all my fortune to young master. I'm willing to work like a slave and I know all the news floating around Jiayuan City. I could be a good lapdog for young master. Sun Ergu walked over step by step towards the large man whom he viewed as a demon. Begging for mercy in a panic, he frightenedly limped across the ground. AI. Han Li originally wanted to ignore Sun Ergu's words, but as soon as he heard that Sun Ergu knew all the news regarding Jiayuan City, his heart was moved, he became filled with joy. Stay your hand for now. Okay, I shall leave first to find an inn. Tomorrow morning come look for me. Since you yourself claim to be the local head in Jiayuan City, you should be able to find out which inn I will stay in. Han Li commanded again without a trace of politeness in his voice. Yes. Tomorrow morning I will be there waiting for young master's commands. At this stage, Sun Ergu could only be described as eager to become Han Li's lackey. Han Li smiled as he gestured to Crooked Soul, who picked up the baggage and left the alley. After walking a distance, Han Li turned back and glanced at Sun Ergu, only to find him obediently standing there at the same spot. Sun Ergu was using his eyes to respectfully send Han Li off, showing an expression of fear and loyalty. Interesting. Han Li suddenly felt that this person was extremely interesting and intelligent. Perhaps he could really put him to good use in a sticky situation. Chapter 104 Information. Chapter 104. Information. The gang I founded, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, possesses 64,000 common gang members. Core gang members include more than 7,000 people. It is also one of the 3 great overlords of the Lan province. Its main branch is set up in Jiayuan City, and its side branches are. Throughout my life I married 5 women and witnessed the birth of 2 daughters. My apprentices. First wife Jean, she had a gentle disposition. She was the sole daughter of the Golden Lion Escort Company's head escort chief, Jean Can. She has already passed away, leaving behind her daughter Mo Yuzhu. TL. When talking about his wives, Dr. Mo is listing the order in which he married them and their maiden clan name. Second wife Li was educated and well-balanced. She was the daughter of some rich household. Unfortunately, she did not have any children. Third wife Lu has a bold disposition, but she is rather ambitious. She is the younger sister of Xiling City's Lord and Wind sect leader Lu Feng. She bore no children. Pay great attention to her. Xiling means crooked tomb. Fourth wife Yen is my younger female cousin from my mother's side. She has a calm disposition, excels in scheming and has great ingenuity. She raised 1 daughter Mo Tsaihuan. Before I departed, I bestowed most of my authority over Fearsome Flood Dragon Association to her. You can trust her. Fifth wife Wang is taciturn. She was infatuated with me and was previously first wife Jin's personal maid. She did not bear children and she secretly grasped hidden strength. You can trust her unconditionally. Adopted daughter Mo Feng Wu is the daughter of my confidant and subordinate. After her parents died, I received her as an adopted daughter. Before I left, she had just turned 7 and was exceptionally intelligent. Yen Gu, eldest disciple. His aptitude is common. I have already passed on the cultivation methods for demonic Silverhand over to him. Before I left, he was 12 years old. His temperament is average. Zhao Kuan, second disciple. I already passed on the sleeping dragon arts to him. Before my departure, he was 10 years old. His temperament is indiscernible. Ma Kongtian, my sworn little brother. He serves as a protector for the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association. His temperament. Han Li held in his hand a paper filled with handwriting. Dr. Mo's will. Currently he was inside Hui Yuan Inn's top room, walking to and fro repeatedly as he remained lost in thought. The will was written attentively. Not only did it clearly explain the powerhouse that Dr. Mo had established, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, but it also crudely described the temperament of his wives thoroughly. This caused Han Li's heart to sink slightly. What was mentioned in his will were matters from 10 years ago. The present state of affairs were sure to have had undergone an absolutely earth-shaking change. How should this be done? Should he contact Dr. Mo's wives or steal the Yang jaded treasure and escape without a trace? These decisions required Han Li to fully understand the current state of affairs. Thus, the local thug he subdued yesterday, Sun Ergu, was of great use to him. Han Li could probably acquire a lot of useful information from him. After Han Li carefully read through the will, he put it away into his bosom. Then, lost in thought, he raised his head, walked to the bed and sat down. He spread his legs and raised his palms to the sky before setting them on his knees. Afterwards, he shut his eyes and began to inspect his body's condition. The thread of cold yin poison inside his dantian had started spreading outward a month ago. It was originally just a trace of an indistinct shadow, but it had currently condensed into a black possessed sphere. In addition, it's slowly beginning to grow in size. Dantian generally references to a place below your navel where essence and qi gathers. Chapter 106 Blue-Clothed Man. Chapter 106 Blue-Clothed Man. On Southern District's busiest street, South Hill Street, there was a huge residence the size of several acres. The residence's courtyard had a large black gate from which a hanging sign revealed two words: Missouri Estate. Beneath the sign, 8 large, imposing men were stationed evenly on both sides of the gate. Each of these formidable men held his head high and chest out with complete concentration. With just a glance, people would never dare to look down upon their well-trained and valiant appearances. The 3-story fragrant restaurant was just across the street from the Missouri Estate. The popularity of this large restaurant resounded in the entire Jiayuan city. In addition, its signature drink, 100 cents, was famous for being a great wine, and it attracted many famous customers who passed by. It was currently time for the midday meal. As a result, the fragrant restaurant was packed with people. All the tables from the first floor to the third floor were packed with eating patrons. On the road, those who were about to pass by restaurant would smell the strong aroma of food and drool with hunger, completely captivated by the smell. On the second story, a youth sat next to the window watching the street. There were quite a few tasty side dishes on his table, along with a bottle of the famous 100 cents. Behind the youth stood a large, intimidating man. This youth was none other than Han Li, who was scouting for information. At this moment, Han Li gazed down at something from the window. He turned a small wine cup that was filled to the brim in his hand, but his food sat on the table untouched. Overall, he seemed absent-minded and careless. Han Li shot a tilted glance at the nearby Missouri Estate before looking down to the streets below him. His face's expression didn't change in the slightest. Raising his head to drink the cup of wine, he continued to look outside mysteriously. Han Li had already asked about Dr. Mo's 2 biological daughters and his adopted daughter. They had all grown up to become as delicate as a flower, as refined as a precious jade, beautiful and charming. They were known as Jiayuan City's 3 great beauties. As a result, they were often referred to as the 3 brides of the Missouri Estate. Because of their beauty's great fame, they have been wooed by far too many young masters and heroic elites to count. Among these women was Mo Yuzhu, a peerless beauty. Amongst the 3, she was the one who was the most pursued. Thus, the news of her betrothal roused a great ruckus and broke the hearts of the men who were trying to woo her. There were a few martial artists that had challenged this young master Wu one after another. Wu Jianming ended up defeating 16 of these rivals of love in succession, thus consolidating his reputation as a peerless martial artist and causing him to be inseparable and closely intimate with Mo Yuzhu. Han Li thought that this matter was truly somewhat amusing and ridiculous. Others didn't know that this young master Wu had some sort of inside information. However, Han Li was aware of the entire situation. Wu Jianming was sure to have been dispatched from Dr. Mo's enemy school. It seemed that the Dr. Mo's long absence had caused his enemies to grow suspicious. This young master Wu had probably arrived to scout out the situation. Han Li did not know by what means he had been able to obtain the trust of the Missouri Estate, but the letter alone probably shouldn't have been enough to easily convince Dr. Mo's wives. Han Li used his finger to lightly tap the table as he contemplated about the matter. "Young master, please sit here. The dishes you ordered should arrive at once." The waiter, wearing a short white jacket, hurriedly led a blue-clothed man, who was 27 to 28 years old, to the second floor. In addition, the waiter had the man sit at an empty table next to Han Li. A 30-year-old man wearing a yellow jacket was waiting there for him. "Old Fourth, why have you come so late? We still have to meet up with eldest brother and the others." The yellow-jacketed man had some discontent in his voice. "Hee. Second eldest brother, don't be angry. It's just that I haven't had mortal food for several years. I just went to have a taste," the blue-clothed person said with a joyful smile. You glutton. How many times do I have to say this? We immortal cultivators should cleanse our heart of desires and abstain from gluttony, but you never listen. Your consumption will, at the very least, damage your nature greatly. The yellow-jacketed man glared at the blue-clothed person and sourly lectured him. Hee. I know, you don't have to tell me that again. Oh yeah, back at the restaurant I saw another cultivator. The blue-clothed person tried to change the topic, hastily mentioning his encounter with Han Li. Oh, really? Was his magic power deep or shallow? Sure enough, this had captured the yellow-jacketed man's attention. His magic power was quite light. It seemed as if his cultivation base had just reached the 7th or 8th layer. He barely has the qualifications to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. This truly does not make sense. With such shallow magic power, did he come to the Lan province to exploit some sort of opportunity? Could it be that he truly believes that he will come across unexpected success and obtain the final victory at the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly? The blue-clothed man flung these words from his mouth. Is he young or old? He looked to be 17 to 18 years old. If that is the case, he definitely followed his elders here in order to increase his experience and broaden his horizons. I reckon that in the Immortal Ascension Assembly 10 years from now, this talent would genuinely be able to participate. The yellow-jacketed man said with a smile. I say, when you say it like that, his talent can be considered decent. If he comes back in 10 years, he could reach my level. The blue-clothed man said proudly. Stop boasting. Your cultivation base has merely reached the 10th layer. Every year the Immortal Ascension Assembly produces many cultivators at this level. Once you've trained to the 11th or 12th layer, then you will be given the qualifications to boast. The yellow-jacketed man said while laughing cheerfully. Truly, if I hadn't used the Foundation Establishment Pill, I could have trained to a level higher than the 10th layer, but then what Immortal Ascension Assembly could I have participated in? I wouldn't have been able to find a master. The blue-clothed man pouted and murmured before following the yellow-jacketed man and leaving the area. Chapter 107 Mo Yuzhu. Chapter 107. Mo Yuzhu. Han Li naturally did not know about the conversation between the blue-clothed man and the yellow-jacketed man. He was still celebrating the fact that he had just escaped from a calamity. Although he was angered by the blue-clothed man's disregard for him, Han Li was extremely clear about the disparity in their strengths. Now that he had escaped, he felt as though he had just escaped death, so Han Li became extremely relaxed. After his encounter with the blue-clothed man, Han Li's heart couldn't calm down, so he could not recover his initially peaceful state of mind. Sighing, Han Li stood up and prepared to leave the inn. At this moment, the sounds of horses galloping suddenly rang out in the large street outside of the inn. The sound was getting closer and closer as the horses galloped into the vicinity. He was just about to stand up, but his attention was piqued. He sat back down and cast his gaze once again to the large street. According to the report by Sun Ergu, the sounds that the incoming horses were making was the sign that the Most Estate's eldest daughter Mo Yuzhu was returning back to the city from her travels outside. Rumors had it that this precious lady from the Missouri estate didn't enjoy doing what other girls her age did. Ever since she was young, she only showed interest in wielding the spear and becoming the leader of a gang. Thus, her elders organized an expert from the fearsome flood dragon to teach her martial arts. What was truly shocking was that this Miss Mo especially loved hunting, a sport that was supposed to be an activity exclusive to males. Every 2 to 3 days, Miss Mo would travel to the forest outside the city to hunt. This incited the various clans' young masters who wanted to woo her, to go hunting with her, chasing after eagles and hounds in hopes of obtaining her goodwill. Naturally, after young Master Wu had arrived, he too joined in this activity. After Han Li had heard the news, he was also curious about this eldest daughter from the Missouri estate. After all, a girl with such a character was rarely seen. He hoped that such a lady wouldn't disappoint him. Now there were over 10 horse riders galloping from the end of the street. The frontmost riders consisted of a man and a woman. The male had a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows, a bright gaze, a lanky figure, and the look of a handsome, heroic youth. The female was wearing a fiery red hunting suit, along with a purple-colored veil to cover her face, hiding her facial features. In the blink of an eye, the group of hunters passed the front of the inn, past Han Li's sight, and finally stopped at the gate of the Missouri estate. The two burly guards who were originally standing there immediately greeted them. One of the guards, a man with a face full of pockmarks, respectfully greeted, "Eldest Miss and Master Wu, both of you are back. How was today's harvest?" "Not too bad. Tang Er, lead the horse away and help me take care of this wild game," the female wearing the hunting suit ordered. Before she dismounted her horse, she extended her hand to take off the veil that had been covering her face, revealing a face that could startle hearts and move souls. "Roger that, miss." The one named Tang Er showed that he dared not to even gaze upon the enchanting visage of this female as he hurriedly took over the reins and led the horse away, walking towards a side gate. Although the inn and the Missouri estate were a distance away, Hanli could still see about 70 to 80% of the girl's features as he involuntarily drew in a huge breath. That shining snow-white skin, that dainty little nose, those black sparkling eyes, and those ruby-red lips were all capable of sinking fishes and causing geese to fall from the skies. This lady is none other than Mo Yuzhu. No wonder she's capable of causing all the young masters in Jiayuan City to go crazy for her. For such a supreme beauty, even toppling over empires wouldn't be strange. Hanli could not help but to think of her in such a way. By this time the other hunters behind the handsome youth had all dismounted. Servants came forth and led their horses away. The youth smiled as he walked in front of Mo Yuzhu and whispered something to her, causing Miss Mo's face to redden. She gently hammered the shoulder of the male youth before shyly glancing at him and eventually running through the gate. The youth laughed as he walked inside with an elegant demeanor. This person was Wu Jianming? He really does know how to coax a girl. In any case, his looks are still passable. Han Li sourly stated in his heart. He knew that if they were to compete based on looks, there was no way for him to win against the handsome youth. It seems that Mo Yuzhu and this handsome young master have a deep relationship. He furrowed his brows, feeling slightly pressured. It seemed to him that this matter would not be settled as easily as he had imagined. No matter what, I must obtain and secure the precious warm young jade. After all, there is an extraordinary poison in my body that might explode earlier than the predicted date. Han Li was deeply worried and anxious. He contemplated about the Missouri estate again before summoning the waiter, settling his bill, and returning to the inn that he was staying at. After he pondered long and hard, Han Li decided to use the most direct and effective method. He planned to infiltrate the estate in the middle of the night and visit Lady Yen, the wife of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's former leader. He intended to use the items that Dr. Mo had left for him and expose that impostor in the Missouri estate. As for how he was going to get the precious jade, he could only wait and see, moving step by step. Since he had already made up his mind, Han Li no longer concerned himself regarding the consequences of his decision. He shut his eyes and began to prepare himself mentally for his nighttime activities. However, Mo Yuzhu's beautiful face kept surfacing in his mind during this span of time. No matter what he did, he wasn't able to banish his thoughts about her. Did I fall in love with that girl? Han Li asked himself somewhat unnaturally. He consoled himself saying, such a ravishing beauty, it's only normal that I would be attracted to her. I may not like her for certain. As someone who already made half a step onto the path of cultivation, although he had never had a relationship before, Han Li still tried his best to avoid matters such as love and courtship between the opposite S*X even though he had never had a relationship before. About 3 in the morning, Han Li changed into a set of black clothes and sneaked out of the inn. He lightly sped past the roof and easily evaded the patrol on the streets, arriving outside of the Missouri estate. After he checked out he smiled to himself, then transformed into smoke. As he drifted past the eyes of the guards, he entered into the backyard of the Missouri estate without alerting them or causing them to notice anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 108. Entering the Missouri estate at night. Behind the Missouri estate lay a garden, not small in size, in which many rare flowers and herbs were planted. The flowery fragrance that the garden emanated was still revitalizing even though it was night time. Han Li involuntarily breathed in deeply. "Ai!" Han Li suddenly slightly exclaimed. Although the fragrance of the flowers was thick, he could still differentiate between the familiar smells of herbal medicine. Someone planted medicinal herbs in here. Han Li lightly smiled. This familiar herbal scent caused him to feel extremely curious about the person who had planted the herbs. It appeared that someone within the Missouri estate had inherited Dr. Mo's medicinal skills. Han Li did not dare to hesitate any longer. He continued on the little path and walked towards the areas that were lit up. Along the way, Han Li discovered that there were quite a few hidden sentries. He would not have detected the Mo estate's tight security if it weren't for his heightened senses. Since he had already discovered the hidden sentries, sneaking past them became an extremely easy task. Han Li stopped in front of a small two-story building. He chose this spot because he could sense that security was much tighter in this particular location. There were about 20 to 30 people guarding this area. This particular two-story building was well lit. He knew that there was probably someone of extreme importance who had yet to fall asleep, which coincidentally suited his purposes. Making use of the dark night, he moved at a lightning-fast pace, his body blinking as he arrived at the bottom of the building. Using the strength in his legs, he easily jumped up onto the second story of the building. The whole process took but an instant. The surrounding sentries did not even notice that Han Li had already infiltrated the building. Han Li kept his body close to the walls, causing his shadow to merge into the night, before pricking his ears, trying to use his sense of hearing to discern any movements in the building. Although Han Li could only hear a single female talking, he could discern that there was more than one person in this building. The branch from Chongping Town sent over 7,300 taels of silver. The branch from Luogu Town sent over 5,800 taels of silver. The branch from Lanyu Town sent over 10,500 taels of silver. Wuling Town. This is all of the profits that we received last month from our association's various branches. Overall, it's about 25% less than the profits we gained in the same month of last year. The sound of a melodious female voice that was filled with vitality drifted into Han Li's ears. The moment that he had heard it, he speculated that it belonged to a youthful female. She was somewhat unhappy, judging from the last words she had spoken. "Mother, these branch managers are getting bolder and bolder. The tribute they offer is increasingly less as the months go by." The youthful girl angrily stated. "I am well aware." Another low, attractive voice rang out. Could she be one of the three ladies of the Mo clan? Han Li was somewhat shocked at his good luck. It seemed that the other woman in the room was Dr. Mo's wife. "Every time you say that you're aware about this, why don't you offer some ideas on how to settle this? If this continues, then all of our branches will no longer put us in their eyes one day." The youthful girl complained. "I don't have any good ideas right now. You must know that the branches are controlled by Fifth Mother. The others in the Mo clan have no way to interfere." The woman could only helplessly reply. Afterwards, the exchange of words stopped, allowing silence to descend. "After all, our enemy is too strong. If they realize that they can't win against us through wits, they might use force, making us lose any chance of victory." Lady Yan's voice was filled with tiredness, revealing traces of physical and mental exhaustion in her voice. After Han Li had heard the other party recognize the keepsake, he lightly knocked twice on the door before saying in a clear voice, "Under Teacher Mo's orders, disciple Han Li has come to pay his respects to Martial Mother." Till, Martial Mother, literally? Teacher's wife. After those inside the room had heard Han Li's words, there was an immediate and absolute silence. Han Li's words had clearly left them in shock for a short while. "Come in." After a moment, Lady Yan's voice invited him into the room. It was at this moment that Han Li lightly opened the room door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Han Li saw a beautiful 30-year-old lady. Sitting behind her was a dainty girl around 15 to 16 years old. The girl and the beautiful woman shared a striking resemblance. With just a single glance, one could tell that they were close blood relatives. At the moment, the beautiful married Lady Yan fiddled with the dragon ring he had just thrown into the room. Han Li's arrival had not elicited a change to her flat expression. Emotsai Huan stood behind Lady Yan and blinked her jet-black eyes, curiously sizing Han Li up. The corner of her mouth rose and revealed a smile that was not a smile. From head to toe she released a strange, almost supernatural smell. After they had assessed Han Li, he walked forward and carried out a courtesy toward Lady Yan. "Greetings to Teacher's fourth wife." Lady Yan's eyes blinked with a look of surprise. Although Han Li's appearance was not astonishing, his action was quite unexpected. However, she didn't immediately respond to Han Li's greeting. Instead she raised her left hand, revealing her own dragon ring. Lady Yen gently brought together both rings. In front of their eyes the two rings' dragon designs fit together, without even the slightest gap. You are right, this keepsake is authentic. However, do you have Lord Husband's written letter on you? Lady Yen gently asked, now revealing a few traces of a smile. As soon as Han Li heard this, he took out the letter that had been prepared long ago and handed it over to her with both hands without saying anything further. Lady Yen, seeing Han Li act respectfully towards her, nodded her head in satisfaction as she accepted the letter. Then she unfolded it and carefully read its contents. Han Li withdrew to the side while calmly observing the expression on the face of his teacher's wife. He thought about the change in her attitude towards him as a visiting disciple and a future son-in-law. Chapter 110 Fox. Chapter 110. Fox. Han Li had already read over the contents of this letter several times. The letter was not at all complex. It merely sent word that Han Li was Dr. Mo's last disciple and that Lady Yang could place her complete trust in him. In addition, he could be used to settle any troublesome disputes the Missouri estate may currently have. As long as Han Li could preserve the Mo estate's safety, Lady Yen was to choose one of Dr. Mo's 3 daughters as Han Li's bride. The letter also laid clear instructions that the dowry was to include the precious warm yang jade. It even went as far as to say that Dr. Mo was currently occupied with an important matter and could not return and reunite with his wives. This way Lady Yen and his other wives wouldn't have to worry about him. TL means a master's last disciple, which implies that Han Li is Dr. Mo's successor. Although Han Li could not find anything unfavorable towards him in the letter, he was certain that the letter contained a few of Dr. Mo's tricks. Han Li knew that it was impossible for the outer writing to be so simple. However, he could not find the method to reveal the hidden message. In addition, he wished to bring this letter to the Missouri estate as soon as possible. Only after gathering his courage did he deliver this letter to Lady Yen, but he was especially careful to monitor Lady Yan's each and every move at this moment. He truly wished that this fourth wife wouldn't make something out from the letter and then immediately turn hostile, demanding his arrest in order to avenge her late husband. Fortunately, the terrible scenario that Han Li imagined did not occur. After Lady Yen finished reading the letter, she simply tensely wrinkled her brow. Her face then wore an expression of great worry as she seemed to have made some difficult decisions. Huaner, go call your second mother and third mother, even your fifth mother. Tell them there is news of Lord Husband. Lady Yen turned her head and instructed Emote Saihuan with a resolute tone. Understood, mother. I'll go. Emote Saihuan knew this matter was serious, so she left obediently. However, just before she left the room she pursed her lips and smiled towards Han Li. It seemed she was rather interested in this fellow. You are called Han Li? Lady Yen raised her head, revealing a graceful and elegant expression. That's right, fourth martial mother. Han Li sincerely replied. Could you tell me how Lord Husband accepted you as a disciple? Lady Yen asked with a smile. I will do as you ask. Han Li hesitated for a moment, but soon after he felt that there was nothing to hide about the events that led to his acceptance as a disciple. Using a few select memories, he slowly told Lady Yen a summary of what had happened. 8 years ago, because Teacher Mo's old injury had yet to heal, he lived in seclusion at the Jing Province's 7 Mysteries sect's Celestial Rainbow Mountains. There, I had met him for the first time upon entering the mountain. Within Han Li's version of the course of events, 3/7 of it was false. The information that he could not divulge to Lady Yen was either completely revised or lightly skipped over. Even like this, however, the story had greatly captured Lady Yan's attention and interest. Han Li recounted the course of events with 3/7 being false. The information he could not divulge to Lady Yen were completely adapted or lightly skipped over. However, even like this, the story had greatly captured the attention and interest of Lady Yen. And that's how I became his disciple. Around 3 months ago, Teacher Mo was preoccupied with an important matter and was unable to spare any time to visit his family. However, he feared that he had left the Missouri estate for far too long and that there would be enemies creating trouble for his wives, so he told me to leave the mountain first, come to the Missouri estate to find the Teacher Mo's wives and wait for his wives' orders. What's so important that could prevent my Lord Husband from arriving home first? After Lady Yen had Han Li's adapted version of the course of events that led to his discipleship, She sighed before faintly asking this question with a trace of grief. Who is returning home? Dr. Mo has already been dead for soon to be 2 years. The corpse I buried underneath the tree is nothing but bones now. As Han Li heard this, he somewhat laughed to himself. However, with a face of humility he replied, "What matters? Teacher Mo did not tell me. However, I am certain that it is an absolutely important matter." Han Li said somewhat ambiguously. "Humph. Did your master command you to keep it a secret from us?" Lady Yen asked with an enigmatic smile. However, the tone in her words was somewhat discontent. "It is by no means like that," Han Li quickly said. He secretly bitterly smiled to himself. This Lady Yen was truly mistrustful. With an unresigned appearance, Lady Yen opened her mouth to ask a few more questions. At this moment, however, the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard outside the room. Before the owners of the feet entered the room, a lovely and charming voice spoke. "Fourth sister, I hear there is news of Lord Husband. Is this true? That devil left us 10 years ago. Does he want us sisters to become?" Han Li had been distracted with this sweet voice, but soon after realizing what was said he became startled. This great aunt is far too bold. Han Li thought, amazed. "Third sister, pay more attention to your words. There is still another person in this room." A slightly rougher woman's voice said in an angry fashion. "I know this already. However, I heard that that person delivering the news is Lord Husband's close disciple. It is impossible to keep up pretenses. What do you say, fifth sister?" The charming voice had said slightly happily. "Impossible. Since fourth sister has called us to come, this man should at the very least be 70 to 80% trustworthy." An ice-cold voice said. "That's right. Fourth sister's judgment is truly admirable." The sweet, charming voice said, giggling. It was unknown whether this was said ironically or in genuine praise for Lady Yen. After Han Li heard these words, he stole a glance at Lady Yen, who was pressing her hand against her head with a helpless expression on her face. It seemed that the owner of that lovely voice often gave her headaches. The room door finally opened and several beautiful women entered in succession. Emote Saihuan followed, entering last. However, she pouted with her small red mouth, appearing somewhat melancholic. The frontmost woman was approximately 31 to 32 years old. She was tall, beautiful and composed with delicate features, and there was a scholarly air about her. She must have been talented since a very young age. Han Li inwardly nodded his head and brought his gaze to the young woman next to her. This one appeared 23 to 24 years old. The moment Han Li saw this woman's appearance, he felt his brains buzz. For an instant he thought he had seen a lost goddess. His entire person had sunk into her gorgeous beauty and was unable to free himself. This woman's tender, beautiful figure was unexpectedly somehow even more gorgeous than Mo Yuzhu, whom he had seen during the day. In addition, the woman's incomparable grace was something Mo Yuzhu couldn't possibly have. If one were to say there were truly on this earth, Han Li would unconditionally be convinced, as this woman was a completed transformation. Han Li was currently swooningly dizzy. Without Han Li knowing why, a thread of cold qi from his dantian suddenly escaped and flowed along his meridians toward the center of his head. After it completed one circulation, Han Li suddenly cleared his head. After recovering his mind, Han Li was startled and didn't dare to look at this woman again. He hastily avoided her gaze. This young woman could cause the death of an entire country. With the mere look, she can turn a man's soul and spirit upside down. Does she not know that her own exceptional appearance possesses demonic power? Or is this some sort of trained seduction technique? Han Li speculated while being overwhelmed with shock. The young woman saw Han Li look at her, but apart from being somewhat infatuated, he soon regained his mind. Her eyes could not help but flash a look of surprise. Chapter 111 Beautiful Woman. Chapter 111. Beautiful Woman. Han Li quietly used his eternal spring arts to stabilize his mind before daring to even lift his head. His eyes skipped over the alluring woman and moved on to the last woman. The last wife to enter appeared to be 26 to 27 years old. Although she was a charming beauty, one look at her ice-cold face would stop anyone in his or her tracks. In addition, ever since she entered the room, her cold stare had been aimed straight at Han Li. Lady Yen saw these people come in and stood from her seat, gently greeting them. "Greetings, second sister and third sister." fifth sister has also come. Fourth sister, you are too formal. We are all of the same family. There is no need to be so polite. Without waiting for the woman in front to speak, the extremely bewitching young woman covered her almond mouth and laughed. That laugh contained an alluring charm, causing Han Li to experience a burst of desire and a shaken spirit. He was speechless without end. Little sister doesn't dare. Sisters, please take a seat. Lady Yan slightly smiled and offered her own chair to the wife in the front. She did not sit until after the wife sat. The one called fifth sister was an elegant and refined woman. She silently sat across from Lady Yan. After the married women entered, Immortality knowingly closed the door and moved behind her mother. Her bright full moon eyes were spinning randomly across the room. It was unknown what exactly she was thinking. This youngster is the one that delivered the message? The woman of about 30 years of age looked at Han Li and faintly asked. That's right. According to the letter he delivered, this is Lord Husband's successor. Lady Yan easily replied. Soon after she said respectfully to Han Li, this is your second martial mother. Are you not going to pay your respects? Tail note, martial mother, literally, teacher's wife. Instead of second martial mother, it could be teacher's second wife, and so on. I pay my respects to second martial mother. Sharp-witted, Han Li stepped forward and formally bowed to the married woman. Stand up. Since this is Lord Husband's favored disciple, there is no need to be overly polite. The married woman said with a smiling expression. This is your third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Lady Yan pointed to the abnormally gorgeous young woman and the elegant and refined woman, introducing them one by one to Han Li. Greetings to third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Han Li saw the young married women to be no more than a few years older than him. After a second of hesitation, he also bowed courteously. Han Li looked at Lady Yan with a face of doubt. She faintly smiled and said with a warm voice, your third martial mother stopped the aging of her face with a technique. Although she looks to only be of about 20 years, she is about the same age as your second martial mother. After Han Li heard this, he inwardly nodded his head, satisfied that his own guess hadn't been too far off. This alluringly beautiful young woman naturally practiced an unusual secret art. Otherwise, how else could she have captivated him with her mere appearance and rendered unable to control himself? Second sister, this is Lord Husband's handwritten letter. Please look over it. Lady Yan handed Han Li's letter to second wife Lady Li. After Lady Li finished reading it, she passed the letter to the other two wives. Once the elegant and refined young woman, the last wife to read the letter, finished looking over the several wives were stunned into completely silence. Even the seemingly frivolous and gorgeous young wife, Lady Lu, had a solemn expression on her face. Completely lacking the boldness and alluring charm she possessed a moment ago, Lady Lu was instead showing an unexpected composure. When Han Li saw the appearance of Dr. Mo's several wives, he could not help but grow uneasy. He did not know what significant information the letter had revealed to cause these wives to be so serious. However, Han Li's calm expression hadn't changed since he first entered the room, making the wives think that he was reliable and had the bearing of a general. Han Li, your teacher's letter has shocked us martial mothers far too greatly, so we'll need to properly talk this over. You've come here from far away, surely you must be tired. You should spend the night here at the Missouri estate. Tomorrow we will call you for questioning. Since Lady Yan had held the power of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association in her hand for several years, each and every one of her movements possessed an unspeakable dignity. Ultimately, she was the first to speak and instruct Han Li. This junior follows your orders. Han Li replied with the complete obedience. The other wives did not block Lady Yan. It seemed they also agreed to have this outsider Han Li withdraw so that they could discuss a few sensitive matters. Huaner, bring your father's disciple Han to the rear residence and find him a clean room for him to have a proper rest. Lady Yan ordered Immortality. I got it. Senior disciple Han Li, follow me. Immortality blinked her eyes several times, slightly wrinkled her nose, and started to be somewhat unwilling. However, she immediately thought better of it and agreed with a smile across her face. You are forbidden from bothering your senior disciple. Otherwise you will be punished by clan rules. Lady Yan knew the thoughts of her good-for-nothing daughter like the back of her hand, thus giving her a verbal warning in advance. All right, I understand. pouting her face, the young girl unwillingly agreed. Han Li was speechless. If Lady Yan hadn't said anything, would this dainty young woman have played some tricks on him? Han Li looked at Immortality with a peculiar gaze, and for the first time he no longer saw this girl as adorable. As a result of her mother's interference, Immortality dispiritedly walked out the door. Han Li followed behind with an unmoving expression. Waiting several moments after Han Li had left the room, Lady Yan broke the silence in the room with her solemn voice. "Fifth sister, I'll have to inconvenience you to take a look around and see whether or not that boy has truly left or if he has secretly returned and is hiding somewhere. We're still not sure." After the elegant, refined Lady Wang heard this, she wordless left the room and disappeared into the dark. "Fourth sister, you overestimated that boy. How could he possibly be so skilled?" A light flashed in third wife's pretty eyes. "Third sister, you've truly forgotten about one thing. A disciple of our Lord Husband can't possibly be ordinary. I believe our Missouri estate is quite heavily guarded. What's more, this building is an important location where I handle the association's affairs. Not far from here, there are 20 to 30 hidden sentries densely standing guard." But even with all of our defenses, he was still able to stealthily infiltrate his place without drawing my or Tsai Huan's attention. "Do you think that this is something an ordinary expert can achieve?" Lady Yan quietly said. Chapter 112 Hidden Message. Chapter 112. Hidden Message. From fourth sister's argument, it appears that the youth named Han truly has some ability. Second wife Li gently said while slightly wrinkling her eyebrows. Third wife hesitated a moment before sighing and speaking her mind. "There's no need to say any more. His concentration is already far greater than the fakes. I remember when that pretty boy Wu saw my face, my grand heavenly fox technique had infatuated him for an entire day before he recovered. The one named Han was initially only somewhat bewildered, but he had immediately cleared his mind afterward. It can clearly be seen that his mental energy is outstanding. He is by no means ordinary." After hearing these words, the three wives became quiet. Everyone appeared thoughtful as if they all had something bad to say. After a moment, Lady Yan bitterly smiled and took the initiative to speak first. "With such a ferocious person, it's impossible to discern whether or not he will bring fortune or disaster to our Missouri estate. Take out the secret letter. Once everyone sees it, it will be clear." These words came from outside the room and were not spoken by Lady Yan, but rather by the refined, elegant fifth wife. He walked into the room. "I have already inspected the surrounding area very carefully. There are no outsiders within a 200-meter radius, and the sentry guards were reinforced as well," fifth wife said expressionlessly. Lady Yan lowered her head in thought and eventually opened her mouth. "You all surely remember the words Lord Husband gave before he left. After he departed, if someone delivered an unmarked letter without a hidden message, it would prove that he is safe and that we may feel at ease. However, if the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message, then it would definitely contain news that would be far from good. We must prepare ourselves mentally. As for this letter, we all saw that the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message. Regardless of how grim the news is, this is something we must face sooner or later. Let us take out and read the true letter." Third wife's voice was no longer sweet and charming, but was instead brimming with sorrow. "Very well. Since everyone has finished preparing themselves, we will now uncover the hidden message," Lady Yan said decisively. No longer hesitating, she grabbed a teacup and kettle from a nearby desk and proceeded to fill the cup halfway with cool water. She then grabbed her dragon-shaped ring and lightly twisted it several times, unexpectedly separating it in two and thus exposing a hidden white medicinal powder. Lady Yan carefully poured the medicine powder into the teacup and then looked to the people at her sides. Second wife Li gazed at Lady Yan and was the first to stand. She gracefully arrived in front of the desk and raised her hand. Her pure white finger unexpectedly also wore a similar ring. Lady Li took out a small amount of medicinal powder from the ring and poured it into the teacup. However, her powder was red and seemed to differ from Lady Yan's. Third wife and fifth wife followed with similar actions. They both had dragon rings that contained a yellow and a black medicinal powder respectively. Lady Yan waited until after everyone had finished before picking up the teacup and lightly swirling it. As a result, the originally multicolored liquid actually became clear. "Finished. The water has become clear. Second sister, you are the most skilled with your hands. It would be best if elder sister were to smear the paper. Lady Yan modestly said to second wife Li. After Lady Li heard this, she faintly smiled. With the letter and the medicinal water, she began to work. During this short amount of time, aside from Lady Li smearing the medicinal water on the letter's surface, there was a complete silence, causing the room's atmosphere to become more tense. It is done. The letter has been completely smeared. Immortality saw this Han Li as an unsophisticated, dark boy who was actually playing the fool and not saying a word. He did not take notice of her, causing her heart to be somewhat worried. Ever since last year, after she had swindled a great amount of money from young Master Wu, she dreamed of another person to take advantage of every night. Now after all that trouble she had another opportunity. But this guy, who seemed to be her father's true disciple, was unmoved and even had a face thicker than a city wall. How could he act so hard and indifferently toward such a cute girl as herself? He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Did he not notice her practiced tears quickly flowing down her cheeks? Still remaining indifferent, he was truly infuriating. Chapter 113 Winding Fragrance Pill. Chapter 113 Winding Fragrance Pill. The air in the night skies could not have been considered cold, but Immortality's delicate face was slightly turning green. Both of her eyes were ruthlessly staring at Han Li. In her heart she was silently gnashing her teeth at this thick-skinned senior apprentice brother. At the moment both of them had been standing on this little path that wound through the back courtyard for a quarter of an hour while suffering from the cold. They did not move as much as a single step. Originally, after Immortality realized that Han Li was impervious to her three ultimate moves, acting cute, acting coquettishly and using tears, she could only helplessly gnash her teeth in frustration and stop walking. She initially intended to use these moves to trap Han Li, but succeeded to no avail. Now she could only unwillingly and pitifully stare at Han Li, locking her gaze with him, hoping that her opponent would give in. But upon seeing the pitiful state Immortality was in, Han Li involuntarily let out a laugh. Her expressions actually reminded Han Li of his good brother Li Feiyu. Previously, whenever Li Feiyu had wanted Han Li to help him with something, he would use the exact same expression on his face, hoping to move Han Li into helping him. After some time, Han Li became completely impervious to these kinds of expressions. Thus, as Immortality used her best pitiful puppy look onto Han Li remained motionless, standing there while admiring Immortality's performance. He frequently shook his head, indicating his sarcasm. Underneath Han Li's vicious counterattack, Immortality was utterly defeated. She could only stop the puppy look she had been utilizing until now and exchange it with a ferocious look of rage. Actually, Immortality already started to regret her actions. If her mother were to find out about this, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to con anything from Han Li, but she would also taste the discipline of their clan's rules. As she thought of this, she glared hatefully at Han Li. This little bumpkin, couldn't he just give something to her? Didn't he know that girls exist to be coaxed? He was truly nothing but a country bumpkin. As of the moment, she had already forgotten about her outrageous request she had demanded earlier from Han Li. Although Han Li had no experience in coaxing girls, he knew that he would nonetheless have to borrow the strength of the Mo residents and thus could not afford to offend them. As a result, after Immortality's anger burned for some time, he slowly inserted his hands into his robes, trying to find a suitable trinket to appease this little demoness. Han Li finally took out a green jade bottle. Inside the bottle, there were a few flaming red pills that release an extremely strong fragrance. These pills were known as the Winding Fragrance Pills. Taken by royal concubines, this pill had no other effect other than causing the one who ingested the pill to emit a mesmerizing fragrance. Not only did this fragrance last for a long time and was pleasant to smell, but it also could provide the additional effect of protecting the user from insect bites. That was why this pill was a favorite among the royal concubines. Treating the Winding Fragrance Pill as a gift for the young girl, however, was quite a pity. Concocting this pill required a few main ingredients that were rare and precious. Even in such a prosperous place as the royal capital, the main ingredients were always found to be in short supply, unable to meet the royal court's demand. In the end, the pill had been lost with the passage of time. Han Li would never concoct such a pill that would do nothing to aid him. But during his stay in the Seven Mysteries sect, he finally caved in and concocted some of these pills for Li Feiyu to coax Zhang Xiu because he was unable to withstand Li Feiyu's urging. All he had was just one bottle with only a few pills remaining. Initially, Han Li had wanted to use these pills to cloak himself from insect bites, but now he could only use this to coax the little demoness standing before him. Han Li threw the jade bottle in the girl's direction. Saihuan fumbled with it for a bit and finally caught the jade bottle. What is this? A smile finally broke out on Saihuan's face. She finally received a gift from this petty man in front of her. Although this was nothing much, this was sufficient to light up a smile on Saihuan's face. This pill is known as the Winding Fragrance Pill and its effects are very mystical. It can, Han Li explained the pill's effects to Saihuan, causing her to be extremely happy and satisfied. Much to Han Li's surprise, after the girl opened the jade bottle and sniffed the fragrance, she immediately closed the lid of the bottle and assumed a defensive stance. With a defending against perverts gaze, she looked at Han Li and carefully said, "This pill is not a pill that knocks people unconscious or works as an aphrodisiac, right? Why is the fragrance so familiar to the aphrodisiacs that my sisters described? Are you planning to do something perverted to me?" After hearing this, Han Li was stunned for a prolonged period of time, becoming completely speechless. He suddenly felt like vomiting blood. This girl's thoughts were too hard to predict. To think that she actually likened the fragrance of the Winding Fragrance Pill to an aphrodisiac. Now Han Li don't even know whether should he be impressed this lady's cautiousness or cry loudly because of an unjust accusation. Looking at your reactions, this pill seems to be authentic, but I still have to let my second sister experiment on it before I can use. After all, women have to place cautiousness above everything they do. Saihuan told Han Li this in a righteous manner. Cough, cough, do what you will. Speechless, Han Li could only cough to mask the embarrassment on his face. He felt that it would be better for him to maintain a distance between himself and this little demoness. If he didn't, he would never know when his depression would push him to his death. However, if this pill does have all the effects you listed, I shall consider you to have passed the test. After today, if you ever require any help in the Mo residence, you can look for Saihuan. I will just require some small compensation, but in return I will settle your problems for you. Saihuan shook the bottle while happily smiling. Okay, junior apprentice sister. Senior apprentice brother does have something that requires your help. Han Li recovered his former disposition as he smiled insincerely. As he replied to Saihuan, he thought evilly in his heart. Seeking assistance from you, a money grubber? In your dreams. Saihuan naturally could not hear Han Li's inner thoughts. She felt satisfied because Han Li had acquiesced to her. Chapter 114. Yanji's infatuation. Han Li finally went into one of the side rooms of the Missouri estate in order to retire for the night. Saihuan was tactful enough to not linger around and she quickly excused herself. Her sudden behavior as a refined lady left Han Li somewhat surprised. Han Li did not know whether there would still be danger as he was still unclear about the attitude of the people in Missouri estate. As a result, he was unable to get any real rest and only dozed off a little on the bed. The next morning, while Han Li was still groggy, there was someone outside knocking the door. Could it be that little demoness? Han Li frowned but soon shook his head. This smooth knocking sound is definitely not Saihuan's style. But only a few people know that I'm staying here. Han Li was a bit suspicious. He found a towel to wash his face, then went to open the door. A 20-year-old youth with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood outside. Once this youth saw Han Li came out, he took a glance to look at Han Li from top to bottom, then respectfully cupped one fist in the other hand and greeted Han Li enthusiastically. You must be junior apprentice brother Han. I am Yen Gu. I could also be considered as your eldest apprentice brother. Yen Gu. Han Li's thoughts raced. This person was Dr. Mo's eldest disciple. Even though I am Master's first disciple, my aptitude is not that good. I didn't receive much of Master's own techniques and even humiliated him. Yen Gu told Han Li frankly. When Han Li saw that this youth was unperturbed, he immediately had a good impression towards Yen Gu and promptly returned the greeting. Senior apprentice brother Yen, good morning. Please come in and talk. There is no need. Several of our martial mothers asked me to come here. They are looking for junior disciple Han for something, and they want you to make a trip down. Yengu chuckled and beckoned with his hands. Han Li was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he swiftly nodded his head and complied. He closed the room door and walked beside Yengu. Yengu was very interested in Han Li's affairs. Along the way he openly asked Han Li many things. He was extremely curious about the local customs and culture of Jing province and asked about them endlessly. When the two of them passed through the garden in the backyard, they unexpectedly met a young man and lady. They were Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming, both of whom Han Li had seen from afar yesterday. The two were walking together in the garden like a pair of intimate lovers. It was as if Han Li's own possessions were stolen by someone else, and that feeling left a bad taste in his mouth. Evidently Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming discovered Han Li and Yengu, so the former pair headed towards them. As the two sides got closer to each other, Mo Yuzhu swept a glance across the ordinary-looking Han Li but didn't say anything. However, young Master Wu was suspicious of Han Li as he sized Han Li up. "Senior apprentice Brother Yen, good morning. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Whose disciple does he belong to?" Wu Jianming laughed as he asked. At first Han Li thought that elder brother Yen, who was beside him, would take the initiative to cover for him and counter Wu Jianming's remark. Who knew that after waiting for so long, there was still no sound from the person beside him. Feeling puzzled, Han Li can't help but to raise his head and look at Yengu. In the end, Han Li was so infuriated that he was rendered speechless. Currently Yengu looked infatuated and spellbound, gazing dumbly at Miss Mo Yuzhu, fully into the realm of ecstasy. How could he still respond to Wu Jianming? This little brother is third martial mother's distant nephew. Under the orders of my parents, I was to pay a visit to third martial mother and request a job from her. For the lack of a better option, Han Li could only turn his head back and take matters into his own hands. Han Li spoke obsequiously while intentionally acting all embarrassed and shy. "Oh, so it's like this." Once Wu Jianming heard Han Li's words, he completely lost interest in Han Li. This was not surprising. Han Li's outer appearance was too ordinary, and he did not possess any characteristics of a person who studied martial arts. How could this be missed by the eye of young Master Wu? Instead, young Master Wu turned his head and his expression darkened. He was greatly unsatisfied with the silly look that Yengu was showing towards Mo Yuzhu. After all, the beautiful lady beside him was his supposed fiancée. Right now Han Li was close to Mo Yuzhu, so he clearly saw all of her expressions. She was frowning slightly and had a somewhat unpleased look. Clearly she was not tolerant of Yenji's brazen look of adoration. "Senior apprentice Brother Yen, if there is nothing else, young Master Wu and I will retire first." Mo Yuzhu's apricot lips opened slightly. She coldly extended a small courtesy to Yengu and moved her delicate body to leave the area. Wu Jianming snorted at Yengu and chased after her without saying anything else. Han Li watched their backs departing as the corner of his lip revealed a slight trace of an odd smile. Afterwards he turned around to look at senior apprentice Brother Yen and discovered that Yengu was still gazing foolishly at Mo Yuzhu. Han Li sighed. This guy was truly love-struck. However, Miss Mo did not seem to have a good impression of him and may be frightened off by his fervent pursuit. Han Li hit Yenji's shoulders with all his strength, jolting the latter's body. The vacant look disappeared and he was finally roused from his stupor. "Sorry about that, I made a joke out of myself in front of junior apprentice Brother Han." Yengu, who recovered back to his rational state of mind, was blushing madly. He was extremely ashamed of the spectacle he made of himself. It's nothing. When facing a fair and graceful lady with a noble character to match, this is a male's natural instinct. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Han Li explained while laughing. When Yengu listened to Han Li's words, he did not feel relieved. Instead, he laughed bitterly and slowly said, "Not to keep you in the dark, but I grew up together with Yuzhu. During this period of time, even though we were not childhood sweethearts, we were both innocent playmates with deep feelings for each other. Unfortunately, when Yuzhu grew up, she treated me like a brother without showing any other interest in me. As a result, after being rejected by her several times, I could only give up and wish that she finds a good husband who can give her a lifetime of happiness. But one look at Yuzhu today, I find that I am still unable to free myself from my emotions and unknowingly made a show of myself." There was a hint of self-ridicule when Yan Gu spoke the last sentence. Han Li did not speak again after he heard Yan Ji's explanation. Instead he looked at Yan Gu from head to toe like viewing a rare antique. Previously he only came across this kind of affectionate person from books and other stories. He never imagined that he would one day witness it with his own eyes. If what Yan Gu said was true and sincere, Han Li didn't know whether to admire Yan Ji's infatuation or secretly curse him for his extreme foolishness. On the way back, Han Li purposely used other topics to draw Yan Gu away from his thoughts and allow Yan Ji's mood to return back to normal. The two of them talked merrily until they reached the small building where Han Li sneaked into last night. Several of Dr. Mo's wives were already waiting there ceremoniously for Han Li's arrival, preparing to give Han Li a nice surprise. Chapter 115 A Startling Change. Chapter 115. A startling change. Just as they reached the second floor, before Yan Gu could knock on the door, Lady Yan's voice came from within the room. Is it Han Li and Yan Gu? That is right, fourth martial mother. Yan Gu hastily stopped and respectfully replied. Yan Gu, return first. Just Han Li entering alone will do. Lady Yan's faint voice could be heard from within. That distinct, cold voice could not help but touch Han Li's heart. As you wish. Yan Gu was clearly very respectful of Lady Yan, and he followed her command without the slightest hesitation. After he smiled to Han Li, he quietly descended from the second floor. Only Han Li remained upstairs waiting outside the room. Han Li coldly looked at the room door, but instead of immediately entering, he released his spiritual sense and scoped out the situation inside the room. He didn't wish to go in alone, only to be ambushed and killed by a room of hidden soldiers, so it was better to be a bit careful. It was very quiet in the room and the number of people inside wasn't large. Han Li could only hear the breathing and heartbeats of Lady Yan and a few others. It appeared that there wasn't anyone that shouldn't be there. This greatly relieved Han Li. Thus he stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door twice. He then opened the room door, planning to take a quick look before entering. However, what he saw in the room greatly changed Han Li's complexion. His step had stiffly halted mid-air. The room was the same as the night before. The chairs, desks and decorations were all exactly the same. The only thing different were the beautiful women's style of dress. Lady Yan and the other beautiful wives were all wearing white silk mourning clothes from head to toe. They all sat on chairs and unwaveringly gazed at Han Li with cool eyes. Han Li's complexion turned somewhat pale. However, he was not scared but rather annoyed with the deceased Dr. Mo. It was very clear why Dr. Mo, that old fox, had forced him to travel such a great distance. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. That letter had contained a hidden message that gave the tigresses news of Dr. Mo's death. It was as if they were waiting for Dr. Mo's murderer to visit them voluntarily. Han Li took a deep breath and returned his complexion to normal. He then entered the room in large strides. Without a trace of politeness, he looked for a chair and arrogantly sat across from the wives. After seeing them not say a single word, he planned to observe how these women would deal with him in the end. It was clear Han Li's completely unrestrained action was intended to tear away at their faces. However, largely against his expectation, he had thrown them into confusion. Each of their expressions having nothing in common. Second wife Li's expression turned green. It was clear this Han Li, who had so clearly said martial mother yesterday, was now daring to brazenly act as if he were meeting with those of the same generation. This second wife was born of a scholarly family and paid great attention to generational separation. Now that she had come across this chap who was unfilial towards his master, how could she not tremble with anger? TL? Separation of the young and old generations. Respect your granny, kids. Third wife Lu differed greatly from Lady Li. Not only did she refrain from getting angry, she also looked toward Han Li with a very interested expression. However, because of her astonishing glamour, Han Li didn't dare to look at her directly, and had simply looked at her with a sweeping gaze. Lady Yan and the cool, elegant Lady Wang were about the same. They wordlessly looked at Han Li with gazes brimming with a freezing chilliness. Your courage is awfully great, my lord husband's last disciple. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Lady Yan eventually opened her mouth, her words containing a mocking intention. Everyone could clearly hear her ridicule. Martial mothers, whatever you wish to know or wish to say, please say them directly. I don't wish to hear nonsense or unnecessary words. Han Li said with a blank face. Han Li had clearly understood. If a wife were to bicker about how terrible she felt, and then the other wives would engage in a verbal duel. Rather than expand a great deal of effort to resolve this, he felt that he may as well get straight to the core problem. This was what he believed. Since there were no saber lights or sword shadows belonging to hidden experts inside the room, Han Li speculated that the wives currently had no plans to dispose of him. It seemed they either had misgivings or had demands for him. Since it was like this, there was no need to be too polite. In any case, Dr. M's death was an invitation for disaster. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Although Lady Yan had much knowledge about all sorts of battles between men, the rupturing tone of Han Li's words nearly made her speechless. Fine, I will ask then. Was my lord husband killed by your traitorous hands? Second wife could not help but want to spit fire from her elegant eyes. Her scholarly air had completely vanished, leaving behind only a face of resentment. Second sister. Lady Yan wrinkled her brow and softly called her as if to prevent the second wife's questions from immediately causing both parties to fall into disagreement. This Lady Li is actually quite frank to directly bring the most crucial question to the table. Han Li inwardly sneered thinking of this. It could be said that I killed him, but it could be also said that he killed himself. Han Li said indifferently. This sentence caused the wives sitting across from him to be shocked. They believed that Han Li would either readily deny it or simply brazenly admit it. What were they supposed to do if they could not make sense of the answer? Second wife Li stared blankly for a moment, but she immediately became agitated. She clearly believed that Han Li was playing with them. What is this nonsense? It was clearly you who harmed him. Lady Li tremblingly retorted. How are you certain that I killed him? Did you see it with your own two eyes? Han Li asked, no longer polite. He clearly understood that Dr. Mo had written that he was murdered in the letter. Naturally, they weren't completely certain whether or not he had died by Han Li's hand. Han Li guessed that the letter, which Dr. Mo had set aside for these wives, contained nothing but a few speculative words. As a result, Han Li could completely refute these misgivings. Since you've said this, tell us women how our lord husband was murdered once through. If you were truly unrelated, we won't deliberately treat you unjustly. The cool, elegant fifth wife Wang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Chapter 116 Falling Out. Chapter 116. Falling out. Hearing these words, he raised his head to yawn. Then he sneered, saying, Treat me unjustly? Those are some grand words. You think I am truly scared of your Missouri estate? Were if not for the many days I had teacher Mo for a master, imparting on to me his great medicinal expertise, and the foul reputation I would receive for bullying women. Against you with only a single hand I could kill this entire Missouri estate without allowing even a dog or chicken to remain. Han Li's words chilled to the bone, his expression extremely sinister. Han Li determined his plan. Since he was unable to cheat the Missouri estate of the precious jade, he would adopt a sinister attitude and only used unyielding methods. He planned to show a bit of his skill and have the wives know that this man was difficult to handle, forcing them to hand over the precious warm young jade. When Lady Yan and company had first heard Han Li's fierce words, they all had stunned expressions. But soon after they smiled bitterly. Third wife Lu even bent backwards from her blossoming laughter. It was clear that these wives were not convinced by Han Li's words. But soon their faces were completely frozen. That was because Han Li had extended a finger. A fireball suddenly appeared at his fingertip. When this wine-cup-sized fireball appeared, the entire room's temperature suddenly rose. It was as if the wives had entered a scorching summer. Then Han Li coolly gazed toward them as if he were trying to find a target for his fireball technique, in order to have these wives know he was somewhat ferocious. However, he did not expect that before Han Li made a move, Lady Li couldn't help but yell, "Cultivator," with an expression of fear. The rest of them also turned deathly pale. Looking at the five wives with an ice-cold expression, he saw that they were emotionally moved and looked at Han Li with gazes full of astonishment. These women knew about the existence cultivators but were unexpectedly frightened by Han Li. Their expression appeared even more gloomy. You truly are a cultivator? Third wife Lu widely opened his beautiful eyes, asking with some doubt. Han Li snorted. Hula. Without saying anything further, he simply shot the fireball toward the table next to Lady Lu and reduced it to ash in the blink of an eye. This action filled Lady Lu's face with fright, completely whitening it. She immediately stood and recoiled several steps away from the ashes before shakily coming to a stop. Currently, if any other man saw that lovely, delicate face, they would have immediately fallen crazy for her. Unfortunately, Han Li absolutely could not appreciate this view. He was currently staring at Lady Li, who had shouted, "Cultivator." He asked with a cold voice, "Second wife, how do you know of cultivators? Could it be you've seen other cultivators before?" Lady Li became terrified. She was greatly fearful of Han Li's status of a cultivator. "Don't ask, second sister. I will tell you about matter regarding cultivators." From the side, Lady Yan closed her eyes with a tired expression before interrupting Han Li's questioning. "Oh, then could you enlighten me?" Han Li stroked his nose, his expression somewhat relaxed. "This isn't something to hide. Jiayuan City has a large population and everyone knows of the existence of cultivators." After Lady Yan opened her eyes, she said this with a bitter smile. "Even some people outside the city have seen the wars between cultivators with their own eyes. It is said they could call the wind, summon the rain and control blasts of fire. Each and every one of them is like a living immortal." Lady Yan said this and looked at Han Li with a peculiar gaze. "So it was like that." Han Li patted the back of his head. He had unexpectedly forgotten that Jiayuan City was not at all a small region like the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. Having cultivators appear here seemed to not be such a rare occurrence. Yesterday, did he not see that blue-clothed man? Then did Teacher Mo also know the existence of cultivators? Han Li thought of something and could not help but carelessly ask. Of course he knew. Lord Husband had seen the wars between cultivators with his own eyes. Lady Yan felt that nothing good would come from hiding anything and replied without hesitation. Dr. Mo was quite infatuated with cultivators. So it turned out that he had previously seen a true cultivator. Unfortunately, he did not have spiritual roots and wasted his many schemes, even bringing slight benefits to myself. Han Li thought. However, Han Li suddenly felt somewhat baffled. Why was Lady Yan currently so obedient? Whatever he asked, she sincerely replied. The slightest temperament was absent. On the mere basis that he was a cultivator, the other party had completely surrendered. Han Li found this hard to believe. Han Li carefully observed Lady Yan's expression and found that she had an easy, relaxed expression with some slight impatience. Could it be she's stalling for time? Han Li wrinkled his brow and released his spiritual sense. There was not a sign of a single outsider intruding near the building. Han Li looked around and suddenly stood. He walked around the room, carefully observing in every direction. It seemed there was nothing suspicious, and the furniture in the interior of the room were quite simple. Apart from the tables and chairs, it was the same as yesterday. All except for a white candle half melted from its burning wick. Candle. Han Li's gaze fell upon the candle. He had originally believed the white candle was lit in memory of Dr. Mo, and thus he did not mind it. But now he remembered. Since they had been holding a memorial service for their Lord Husband, why did they not light any incense? This was somewhat abnormal. Thinking of this, Han Li used his nose to carefully smell and found the air to smell like sandalwood. This fragrance was far too light. If one did not deliberately pay attention, they absolutely could not perceive this. When Lady Yan saw Han Li look at the candle, she stood slightly less naturally. But after Han Li sniffed the air, her face greatly changed. At this moment, Han Li's face broke into a smile that was unusually cheerful. What's so funny? Even if you discovered the trick of the candle, it's already too late. This bewitching drug can intoxicate 1,000 men. When ordinary people smell this, their bones loosen and their muscles become soft, losing all power in their limbs. Even when martial artists smell this, they lose their true chi in martial arts. Even if you're a cultivator, you've already been in this room far too long to remain unaffected. Lady Yan somewhat lost her patience and spoke those testing words. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that my luck is not bad at all. Han Li said with a smile. When I was at the Seven Mysteries sect, I have long heard of the methods employed by Jianghu's ghost sect, including their poison. I have received an extremely deep impression of bewitching sense because I had previously suffered hardships and experienced dangers from which I couldn't protect myself. Because even a common man could use poisons to easily kill a great expert. I long racked my brains for a solution until I finally figured out a way to protect myself from the silly methods of incapacitating drugs and poisons. Han Li somewhat contently stated. Lady Yan and company looked at each other in dismay. What kind of method was this? How could it be that he had still not collapsed? This must have been true. As of currently, the ladies' complexions had already turned completely white. As for what method? Seeing that the wives could not help but want to hear him spill his secrets, even tilting their ears, Han Li could not refrain from chuckling inwardly. I don't plan on telling you because I have a habit of not revealing my secrets to my enemies. Han Li said with a deadpan expression. Chapter 117 Reconciliation. Chapter 117. Reconciliation. When these women heard Han Li's words, their complexion rapidly changed from white to red, slightly increasing their beauty. Lady Yan was the first to calm down. She lightly straightened the jade pin in her hair bun and once again said calmly, even if your esteemed self is a cultivator and does not fear this bewitching scent, are you not worried about the Yin poison in your body? Nevertheless, she used her last trump card. The moment Han Li heard what she said, his smiling face immediately turned cold. Sure enough, Dr. Mo gave the only weapon that could be used to blackmail him to these women. That's right, I have the cold poison in my body. But before this poison flares up, I don't mind turning this entire residence upside down and utterly slaughtering everyone. Han Li spoke in a flat tone, but the women clearly heard the threat within his words. Lady Yan was silent for a while and did not open her mouth to speak. The rest of them also did not say anything. It seemed that when it came to life and death matters, the one making decisions in Mo residence was still fourth wife Yan. Since the both of us have scruples and we are not willing to let both sides suffer, let's have a good talk. Lady Yan said cool-headedly after that moment of silence. Of course. I also don't plan on dying so uselessly at such a young age. Concerning his own life, Han Li did not put up any airs. He gladly agreed to her suggestion. Hence he went back and sat in front of Lady Yan. However, before we start discussing, I, your servant, would like your esteemed self to repeat how my lord husband got murdered. After all, we were once husband and wife. We would only be reassured if we knew the real cause of his death. But be at ease, even if lord husband died by your hands, we would not have any ulterior motives. After all, we are orphans and widows, we cannot go looking for trouble and personally seek the road to death. Lady Yan's last sentence was spoken so desolately, making it seem as if Han Li was the kind of evil tyrant who bullied women and children. One look at Lady Yan's face and Han Li can't help but have a headache. Even though he knew Lady Yan was just acting, when he saw her miserable state, he felt his heart soften a little. Wasn't it just telling them how Dr. Mo was murdered? There was nothing to cover up in this matter. After all, Han Li acknowledged that Dr. Mo's death was not his fault. Instead, it was Dr. Mo and Yu Zhitong who should be blamed for courting disaster. Alright, I can describe Teacher Mo's death in detail. But after you all have listened and still insist on taking revenge on me, I will oblige you at any time. Han Li agreed to their suggestion after pondering for a while. Many thanks to young master. When Lady Yan heard that Han Li was willing to speak the truth, her face immediately opened up and revealed a delighted look. This was what happened. I was deceived by Dr. Mo. After practicing eternal spring arts for 4 years, only then did I discover. Han Li patiently told them how he was cheated, poisoned by Dr. Mo and forced to practice the eternal spring arts. He explained that Dr. Mo had wanted to occupy his flesh body by entering his body and consuming his fundamental essence. Naturally, Yu Zhitong had then appeared and narrated the entirety of his schemes. Han Li finally discovered about his body's Yin poison and had no choice but to come to the Lan province and detoxify himself with the precious warm yang jade. He narrated the events the way they truly happened. Han Li wanted these wives to know that in the occurrence of Dr. Mo's death, Han Li was the true victim. He hadn't slighted the Missouri estate in the least. After Lady Yan and the other wives finished hearing Han Li's heart-shaking tale, they couldn't help but look at one another. If Han Li's words were true, then their lord husband's death was not truly Han Li's fault. Lady Yan pitifully lamented with red eyes. When Han Li heard this, he bafflingly stared at Lady Yan without speaking, directly looking at Lady Yan's scarlet cheeks. However, she stubbornly continued to refuse to meet Han Li's gaze. Han Li let out a long sigh. He now knew where Huan, that little demoness, learned her clever schemes. It was clearly from imitating this older demoness. Under the effects of the eternal spring arts and a vigilant mind, he returned the gaze of her bewitching charming technique. How could it possibly affect him? Why? Does young master mean that there are limitations to what cultivators can do to ordinary people? Lady Yan asked, somewhat surprised by this revelation. I am not very certain of the specific details. After all, I haven't been a cultivator for long, so I wasn't truly in contact with these rules. Han Li dully said. Then he looked at Lady Yan, who looked as if she wanted to say something, and waved his hand, preventing her from talking. He continued coldly, however, if your brains aren't lacking, it should be clear that cultivators can't act against mortals as they desire. After all, your so-called Lan province's 3 great hegemons and the 3 great gangs of Jiayuan City still exist. They could have fallen to the schemes of unrighteous cultivators countless times. Perhaps even beautiful women like yourselves would have already become their playthings. Han Li's final sentence was completely blunt, turning the wives' complexions across from him to become scarlet and their eyes to show a bit of alarm. But this is merely young master's guess. It's not at all certain to be true. Lady Han was still somewhat unwilling, still attempting to persuade Han Li. So long as there is the possibility, this person will not perform actions that would bring destruction upon himself. Han Li fundamentally did not give Lady Yan's fantasies the slightest leeway, and he said this without a trace of politeness. Don't tell me that your venerable self plans to take our daughter's dowry with a sleight of hand and leave us with nothing? Lady Yan's complexion was somewhat unsightly. She said the word, dowry, with an especially heavy emphasis. Hearing her say this, although Han Li's expression did not change, his heart could not help but be somewhat depressed. The Yin poison within me was originally given to me by your lord husband. Right now I won't trouble you even if I am cured. What is there to think about? Han Li thought somewhat hatefully. However, Han Li knew if he were to say these words at this moment, these wives would not take it well and certainly wouldn't give him the precious warm young jade. As a result, Han Li gave in and muttered to himself. Then he raised his hand, cleared his throat and said with a clear voice, I will give you 2 choices. Choose whichever you fancy. One is to have your Missouri estate immediately pack your baggage and prepare to travel far from the Lan province. Find a place where the power of your enemy clans cannot reach you and live as a common wealthy household. You would live the rest of your lives peacefully and completely separate yourselves from the fights between Jianghu's factions. This entire journey will be safe, I completely guarantee it. Any forces that your enemies send to pursue you will unable to harm you. Chapter 119. Unexpected information. I could make the exception to act this once and cause the leaders of only one of the 2 gangs to disappear. After all, if the 2 hegemons were to simultaneously encounter misfortune, it would be far too easy for capable people to take note of this. The risk would increase significantly, so it isn't worth it for me to brave this strange danger. Furthermore, apart from these 2 options, I will not yield in the slightest. After Han Li said this, he hardened his face and spoke no more. He coldly waited for the wives' reply. After Lady Yan and the others heard Han Li's 2 choices, their faces had a concealed expression of pleasant surprise. However, after they looked at each other, they still hadn't immediately decided. Could your distinguished self please let us sisters talk this over for a moment? Afterwards we will give young master a reply. After all, this is no small matter, we must greatly think this over. Lady Yan prudently said. Of course I am not unreasonable. But at the latest I require an answer by tomorrow morning. The rest of today should be enough for you to discuss this over. After Han Li said this, he no longer took notice of them and left in a relaxed manner. Han Li climbed down the stairs and did not return to his room. Instead, he gave the burly gate guards a baffled sight as he arrogantly left the Missouri estate. After he determined there was no one following him, Han Li returned to the inn he were stayed at initially. As he entered the inn, Sun Ergu hurriedly welcomed him. If there is anything to say it in my room. Without waiting for Sun Ergu to start speaking, Han Li indifferently commanded him. Yes, esteemed young master. Sun Ergu respectfully followed behind Han Li, Entering the room, Han Li sat on the couch and stretched himself before saying indifferently, "Seeing your urgent appearance, it seems you have something important to tell me? Young master, there has been an extraordinary event. I must report it to you, sir." Sun Ergu mysteriously replied, unintentionally advancing half a step. "If there is something to say, then say it. Don't be nervous." Han Li looked at Sun Ergu with a tilted glance. He. This humble person isn't feigning mystery. A rather unexpected event has occurred. This humble person obtained the exact information to present to young master. Recently, a large number of immortals have gathered in Jiayuan City to meet together in some sort of great immortal assembly. I've heard that so long as you can participate in this meeting, even common folk can immediately become an immortal as a member of an immortal clan. Sun Ergu said, his saliva splashing around. Immortals? Han Li was slightly surprised. That's right, there have been people that have seen them with their own eyes. Immortals that can soar the skies, harness the mist, and even expel lightning or shoot flames. Young master, what do you say? If one does not have any luck, how could they possibly see an immortal as they please? Sun Ergu asked somewhat enviously. Seeing his appearance, it seemed he had completely replaced himself with a person who couldn't wait to see an immortal. Han Li had already stopped listening at this point. What Sun Ergu called immortals were actually cultivators. However, how did a gangster find out about the meeting of cultivators? Han Li was somewhat shocked. How do you know of this? Do you know much about the person who gave you this information? Han Li asked with interest. This information is completely reliable. It is what my gang brothers have told me. However, because my gang leader is afraid of immortals, he ordered us to seal our lips. Only the upper division of the 4th level gang knows this information. I have also obtained similar information from a drunken noble. I imagine that young master, being such an expert, would be interested. As a result, I hastily rushed over and waited until young master had returned. Sun Ergu said, eager to take credit for his information. Oh, I will not forget your hard effort. However, first specifically explain how those in your gang evaded the notice of those immortals after learning this information. Han Li earnestly investigated in detail. This related to the reliability of the information. Therefore, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. I also heard that drunk noble said it was like this. Sun Ergu didn't dare to speak false words and honestly informed Han Li. Originally, the news from a small gang leader of the 4th level gang. Several days ago, he was conducting a large business transaction in the West City outskirts. But who would have thought the information was incorrect? The other party was far too greedy and had planned to kill everyone before escaping with the wind. In order to escape pursuit, he hid in a tree hole in the nearby woods. But unexpectedly, although the enemy had not found him, an incomparably large, monstrous eagle suddenly fell from the sky. That eagle's frightening appearance scared the gang members stiff. This man was quick-witted in the moment of crisis and suddenly thought to use the widely spread Jianghu, turtle breath art. He used it on himself to reduce his breath and heartbeat to the extreme, thereby entering a state of feigned death and evading the eagle's notice. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard a dialogue from a young couple on the eagle's back. There were actually people on the eagle's back. However, because the eagle was so large and the man was panicked, he had not noticed the people on it earlier. Just like that, he faintly heard about the Great Immortal Assembly. At that time, he also realized the young male-female couple were immortals. But his turtle breath art ran out of time, causing him to lose consciousness. By the time he had awakened, it was already the morning of the next day. The couple and the monstrous eagle had long departed without a trace. Thus, with no better option, he stamped his feet and beat his chest before returning crestfallen to the gang. The moment he returned, he was immediately yelled at, so he could not help but tell his superior of this. When his superior heard this, he didn't dare to cover it up and reported it to our gang leader, ape-armed Zhou Xian, who gave the command to seal our lips. After Han Li finished hearing Sun Ergu's story, although his face did not change, his heart stirred uncontrollably. A great many cultivators were meeting together. This was a golden opportunity that only occurred once every 100 years. If he could join, he would be able to come into contact with the world of cultivators, and he would no longer have to grope in the dark as he was doing now, arbitrarily trying to find the path of cultivation. Han Li strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart and thought for a moment. With a profoundly calm head he asked, "Did that person hear the immortal couple say where they were holding the gathering of immortals?" "Since we already know the time and place, taking their small lives will be very easy," Han Li mentioned causally. "But once they die, you're afraid you won't have the capability to take over 4th level gang, correct?" "Yes. Within the gang, this servant is only a minor leader. There are many other who have higher ranks and better qualifications than me," Sun Ergu said shamefully. "Don't worry, if I said I'd make you the commander of the 4th level gang, you'll definitely be the commander. I will temporarily dispatch Crooked Soul to watch over you. He can get rid of all those that rebel against you and be your personal guard for the time being," Han Li declared confidently. Afterwards Han Li rushed to the room next door and knocked calmly 3 times. A short moment later, Crooked Soul appeared in front of them. "Keep this close to you and conceal it well. As long as you have this object on you, Crooked Soul will obey all your orders. He will get rid of your enemies and help you ascend to the position of commander." Han Li took out the soul-luring watch from his bosom. He caressed it softly for a while, then handed it over to Sun Ergu. Although the person holding soul-luring watch was not the master of Crooked Soul, he could still command Crooked Soul. This was another method of control on Crooked Soul that Dr. Imo taught Han Li. Furthermore, if the former owner dripped his blood essence onto the soul-luring watch, other people would not be able to tamper with it. Hence, Han Li was not afraid that Sun Ergu might have evil plans or other intentions. Sun Ergu had personally seen Crooked Soul's display of his mighty power, so he was especially surprised to receive the watch, increasing his courage drastically. "Many thanks to young master's great kindness. This servant will definitely repay this favor with my life." But Sun Ergu was very clever. He knew that despite being the commander of the 4th level gang, he was actually just this young master's puppet. Thus, whenever there was an opportunity, he would fervently express his loyalty. "Head back and prepare first then. Once that commander is dead, you should take advantage of the confusion and assume control of 4th level gang. But you must remember this. Send me the fellow who saw the immortal couple. I want him unharmed as I have things to ask him. Did you get that?" Han Li's last sentences were very strict, clearly attaching great importance to this task. "Please be at ease, young master. This servant will definitely send him to you in one piece. I will absolutely not disappoint, young master." Sun Ergu immediately patted his chest and vowed with devotion written on his face. "As long as you understand, then that's good. Bring Crooked Soul along with you then. The next time you see me you will already be the commander," Han Li told him without batting an eye. "This servant will retire now." Sun Ergu noted Han Li's notice to leave and tactfully retreated out of the house with great speed. Crooked Soul followed closely behind. The moment Sun Ergu left the house, Han Li stood up. Within the house, Han Li turned in a semicircle and suddenly let out a prolonged mellow whistle. Then from the outside the cloud-winged bird dived in and landed on Han Li's shoulder. Han Li extracted a bottle from his bosom and poured out the cloud-winged bird's favorite yellow chestnut pill, which he gently fed to the bird. Then he softly said, "Little fellow, catch up with the person who just left the house. If he leaves the city walls to escape, immediately return and tell me." When the cloud-winged bird finished listening to Han Li's words, it chirped intelligently and proceeded to fly out of the window, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 121 Clear River Brothel. Chapter 121 Clear River Brothel. Zhou Xian's current mood was quite good. He was currently sitting in a private room of the Clear River Brothel and embracing an exceptionally beautiful girl, using his large hands to grope her delicate body in a vulgar manner. Maybe it was due to Zhou Xian's impatience, but his handling caused the gorgeously enchanting maiden to giggle non-stop. "Miss Jean, I think you should just submit to our gang leader already. This is the first time our gang leader has been so infatuated with a woman. He came here in such a hurry even though the gang's affairs have not been completely dealt with." The person who said this was a dark fatty who wore loose-fitting gray garments. His waist was as large as a bucket, and his legs were twice the size a normal person's. After speaking, he was somewhat gasping for breath. "That's right, Miss Jinji. Our gang leader has visited your establishment every afternoon for 5 days in a row and spent a large sum of money. Furthermore, you profited quite a bit. You only let our gang leader embrace you for a while and never let him spend the night with you even once. This just doesn't make any sense. The one who spoke this time was a middle-aged scholar with a mole on his face. His eyes exuded a hidden fierceness, making him seem like a scheming person. Currently, besides Xianxia, there were 3 other people in the room. They were none other than 4th-level gang's 3 great protectors. The dark fatty was Mad Fist Qianjing. Disregarding his oddly plump size, he was actually extremely proficient in the Berserk 18 strike, and had killed many reputable experts. The Confucian scholar was Malicious Scholar Fan Ju. Even though he practiced a very swift and fierce snow-wind sword technique, what made his name famous worldwide was his dark heart, fierce methods and sinister intentions. Standing at one side was a dark-clothed person who had not spoken a word since the start. He was the strongest out of the 3 great protectors, Throwing Dagger Xianxia. His unique skill of sending out 18 throwing daggers in succession had previously helped Xianxia get rid of many experts who pursued a vendetta against him. In addition, Xianxia was also Xianxia's distant relative. Thus he was the one Xianxia regarded the most highly in the 4th-level gang. Just like Xianxia, each of the 3 protectors had a pretty girl sitting in their embrace. But these girls were nothing like the girl in Xianxia's embrace. She was delicate, charming, flirtatious and finely developed in figure. At this moment, when the giggling little Jinji heard Mad Fist and Malicious Scholar Fanju's words, her eyes immediately began to tear up, as if a teardrop might fall at any moment. When Master Fan and Master Qian speak like this, you are wrongly accusing Jinji. The moment others see Master Shen, they would immediately know that he is a hero. To be able to fly together and nest together with Master Shen, that is all that Jinji wishes for. However, both of you also know that my body belongs to Clear River Brothel. Without the brothel's elderly Lady Wang's approval, if Jinji were to leave and receive patrons without permission, I will be beaten to death. Why doesn't Master Shen go and ask elderly Lady Wang? If she agrees to let Jinji receive patrons, then I will definitely wait upon Master Shen diligently tonight. The lead prostitute of the Clear River Brothel spoke in a sincere tone of sweet reasonableness and looked at Xianxia with extreme adoration. Her words seemed quite believable yet fake at the same time, making Qianjin and Fanju look at each other speechlessly in dismay. Of course they had asked for the price of spending the night with little Jinji. Using the excuse of little Jinji having never spent the night with a patron before, elderly Lady Wang demanded an exorbitant price that made gang leader Xianxia's heart skip a beat. Thus they had never reached an agreement. It was even more impossible to use force to negotiate. The Clear River Brothel was the property of Jiayuan City's 3rd largest gang, the Heavenly Tyrant sect. After hitting a snag with this giant red card, Qianjin and Fanju could only vent their frustration on the Clear River Brothel's girls who were in their arms. Only after groping them ferociously did they let the matter drop. Hee, many thanks to the 2 worthy little brothers for being concerned about my affairs. But don't worry, 2 days ago I made a great business deal. This small amount of money isn't too much. On the contrary, you beautiful lady, cannot go back on your words. You must properly wait upon this Lord Master when the time comes. The lustful Xianxia said contentedly as he suddenly turned towards little Jinji, who was in his embrace and nibbled her fragrant cheek. Xianxia was a huge man with very hairy arms and chest. His 2 arms were much longer than that of an average human. Thus his whole person looked like a beast wearing clothes, truly so ugly that he could frighten people. A few years ago this extremely boorish man used open arm punch, a skill that he mastered to perfection, to kill the 4th-level gang's predecessor, Go Tianpa, and his trusted aides, the 4 great warlords, thereby seizing the position as gang leader. Therefore, in the entire Jiayuan city he was definitely a part of the top-ranking experts and must not be underestimated. Master Shen. Little Jinji appeared very bashful when Xianxia sneakily bit her cheek and behaved like a spoiled child in his arms, making Xianxia quite pleased with himself as he laughed heartily. Dong dong. Dong dong. Right in that moment someone knocked on the door. Who is it? The dark fatty, Mad Fist Qianjin was unhappy and shouted out the question in a bad mood. I am here to deliver beverages to the gentleman in the room. The voice of a youthful male came through from the outside. Then why are you taking so slow to deliver? I've already complained that there are not enough drinks. The dark fatty spoke without thinking when he heard the reply. In the wake of Qianjin's words, a young man wearing servant clothes came in. The ordinary-looking youth was holding a tray with both hands. There were several dishes and 2 bottles of alcohol on the tray. Quickly bring the alcohol here. I want to see how it tastes like. Fatty Qianjin was a typical drunkard. Thus his eyes immediately brightened up and he clamored incessantly when he saw the 2 bottles of alcohol. Yes, this servant will carry it to you. This person, with an appearance of a young servant, walked forward a few steps and placed a wine cup on the table. The moment the fatty saw the wine cup, he immediately grabbed it in his hand and wanted to down it to taste its flavor. Wait, fatty. The quiet black-clothed person Xianxia suddenly stopped Qianjin from pouring the alcohol into his mouth. Chapter 122 Kill by Poison. Chapter 122 Kill by Poison. What's going on? Qianjin asked, baffled by Xianxia's warning. Due to his continuous trust in Xianxia, he unconsciously stopped himself from drinking the alcohol. The one who originally served the food wasn't you but was someone else? Xianxia did not pay notice of the fatty's misgivings but instead kept his hand on the saber at his waist and slowly stood. He coldly asked the young servant with the wine. Because there are too many guests, Li Er went to another room to run some errands. I am his replacement. What's wrong? This young servant was looking attentively at Xianxia. His complexion turned completely white after a moment as he replied, completely fearful. Seeing this person's expression, Xianxia's expression had somewhat relaxed. However, he still seemed ill at ease. He turned his head to the little Jean embraced by Zhou Xian and asked, Miss Jean, do you know this person? Is he truly a person from your Clear River brothel? This amazing beauty showed an expression of embarrassment, but still somewhat awkwardly said, I won't conceal this from you, Grandpa Shen. This person does seem really unfamiliar. However, our Clear River brothel contains over several hundred people. For this woman, having not seen someone before is not such a strange matter. Haha. Little San, aren't you bothering Miss Jean? How could such a delicately sweet beauty recognize everyone beneath her? Could it be you believe that this person infiltrated this establishment as an assassin? Zhou Xian unconcernedly asked as he lowered his head onto the attractive woman at his side and took a few strong whiffs. Boss, we make our livings on the blade's edge. It would be to our utmost advantage to be careful. Xianxia's face was expressionless and he sent a rigid look at the youth delivering the plate. Hee. This person's footsteps are careless and his eyes have no spirit. With a single look you can tell he is no martial artist. If you still don't feel at ease, I still have a method that will identify his authenticity. The malicious scholar Fan Ju coldly laughed several times and darkly stated. Ever since he entered the 4th level gang, he had long been dissatisfied with the trust Zhou Xian placed in Xianxia as well as the claim that Xianxia deserved the title of the 4th level gang's brains. He decided to disgrace Xianxia rather nicely. Oh, what kind of method? My old pal Fan, don't hesitate to test it out. Although Zhou Xian had said this with a very heroic appearance, he actually cherished his small life rather greatly. As a result, he immediately withdrew his previous remark and approved Fan Ju's examination. Since this person doesn't know martial arts, if he truly wanted to harm us, he would have simply tampered with our food and drink. So let's have him try it out and have the truth come to light. The malicious scholar said with a card up his sleeve. Brother Fan, good plan. Boy, first drink some of this wine for Uncle and eat some of the food too. If you have the slightest hesitation, Uncle will immediately wring your head. The dark fatty Qianjin applauded happily and then loudly berated the young servant. When the black-clothed man Xianxia heard Fan Ju's words, he truly felt that this method was truly not bad and did not speak any words of opposition. He coldly looked on as a bystander. As for that Zhou Xian and little Jinji in his bosom, they also had no complaints. Consequently, the young servant that delivered the wine and food with a sullen face, drank a cup of wine and ate a few mouthfuls of food. Seeing this person come out unscathed after eating the food and drinking the wine, Fan Ju complacently smiled and said to Xianxia with great emphasis, It seems my boy Shen was overly cautious. This person is truly just a servant. Next time by all means don't sweep everyone's wine again. With this said, he threw several spoons of food into his mouth and slowly chewed. Humph! Xianxia snorted. not at all paying attention to Fan Ju's oblique accusation but instead sat back down with a relaxed body. Haha. It's not important. It was just a misunderstanding. Xian naturally knew that his two subordinates did not get along well. However, this was what he had wanted to see. As a result, he feigned an outspoken laughing smile. Since this was a misunderstanding, this young servant can leave now. This silver can be regarded as a gift to you. Xian felt around for 2 taels worth of silver and tossed it towards the young servant. Thank you, uncle. Since I have no other business here, this servant will ask to be excused. The youth, dressed as a young servant, saw the silver with delight and withdrew in high spirits, closing the room's door as he left. Uncle Xian is truly generous. In the future you can't be stingy toward Jinji either. Little Jinji's sweet coquettish voice spread throughout the room. Of course, beautiful. You are uncle's dearest treasure. So long as you serve this uncle well, he definitely won't treat you unfairly. Come, brothers. Let us all drink a cup. We won't be returning sober. Xian's broken, harsh voice spread outside the room, where the youth could hear everything clearly. The youth outside the room suddenly sneered. He did not immediately leave but rather secretly eavesdropped in the vicinity, standing there like a ghost. He was motionless as if he were waiting for something. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, frightened yelling abruptly came from within the room. Poison. The food and drinks are laced with poison. I've been poisoned. Just after he said this, the man strangely laughed 2 times before his breath halted. It appeared that this voice belonged to the dark fatty Qianjing. TL, the time it takes to make a cup of tea, 5 minutes. Slut. You actually conspired to murder the gang leader. I want your life. Xian roared with startling anger. However, it appeared to be too late, and after involuntarily letting out 2 hollow laughs, he actually fell to the ground, dead. Poison expert Fan Ji and Xianxia fearfully looked at each other and spoke in unison. That young servant poisoned us. That young servant must surely have the antidote. The 2 men immediately pushed the women in their embrace away and dashed out the door as if their buttocks were on fire. Unfortunately, just as they left the door, they let out a ha-ha before slowly falling to the ground. It seems that the dark fatty drank the most and therefore was the first to have the toxin take effect. That Xian must have also drank quite a bit and was the second. As for the black-clothed person and the scholar, although they did not drink much, the toxicity of my laughing soul powder is fierce. So long as a single drop is consumed, death will be certain without a doubt. Chapter 123. Business deal topic? What topic? I came here asking for your final decision. Do you want to depart from here and live in secrecy? Or would you rather have me dispose of one of your great adversaries? After Han Li withdrew his gaze from the yellow-jacketed beauty, he straightened his face and said this, not polite in the least. After Lady Yan heard Han Li's words, she wrinkled her brow and slowly said this to Han Li. Young Master Han, don't be in such a hurry. After we sisters thoroughly thought this through yesterday, we had decided to choose the second option. However, we wish to change the terms a bit. I already emphasized that I do not wish to haggle with the several madams over the terms. This matter cannot be changed. Agree to my conditions and choose. Han Li said, suddenly showing displeasure. Young master, what do you think about my daughter's looks? Lady Yan did not take notice of Han Li's displeasure and unexpectedly turned the conversation toward the 3 Mo sisters. National grace with the scent of divinity. To praise the innate beauty of these women with these words would not be excessive. Han Li was surprised but immediately replied with a light smile. He somewhat vaguely understood Lady Yan's plan. Till, outstanding beauty, national grace, divine fragrance. Our request is well within reason. So long as your distinguished self can eliminate the heads of the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa, not only will we give you the precious warm yang jade for detoxification, but you can also take all 3 sisters as your wives and concubines. Were you not looking at Fengwu just a moment ago? So long as you agree, she could be of your Han clan. Lady Yan earnestly said, pointing behind her to Mo Yuzhu and their daughters. 4th mother. Mother. Mo Yuzhu and Mo Tsaihuan's expressions greatly changed, and they could not help but cry out. It was clear that these 2 had not been informed of this and were frightened pale by Lady Yan's rash promise. Apart from Lady Yan's complexion turning slightly pale, she had still kept her calm. It was no surprise that they were so alarmed. Han Li's appearance was truly not astonishing at all, and he was a world of difference away from the two's image of their ideal husband. They didn't share a single common trait with him. How could they be willing to marry themselves to Han Li? Stop talking. This is a matter that I and your mothers have already decided upon. If you do not comply, you will be expelled from the Missouri estate. Lady Yan said with a cold voice as she lowered her face. Hearing these words being uttered, the three Mo sisters were all stunned. Mo Yuzhu slightly bit her almond lips as her complexion ashened. The dazed Mo Caihuan gazed toward her second mother and fifth mother, both of whom usually loved her the most dearly, while begging with her eyes. Only Mo Fengwu was somewhat better, but her body had lightly trembled. She motionlessly leaned against the wall. There is no need to threaten the young ladies. I cannot agree to your conditions. It's like how that old saying goes, no matter the circumstances, I will not brave pointless hazards. I quite cherish my little life. After a moment of silence, Han Li replied with a lowered voice, flatly rejecting Lady Yan's proposal. As for Han Li, to say that his heart was not moved when facing the three beautiful Mo sisters would be a completely false statement. However, Han Li had already carefully considered that if he were to kill the other two hegemons of the Lan province, it would surely provoke the notice of someone observant and cause life-threatening disaster to descend upon him. Just by thinking about it, after the Rainbow Sect and the Soul Hegemon's villa's collapse, Lady Yan was certain to bring the fearsome Flood Dragon Association to great power and become the greatest beneficiary. In addition, with the abrupt appearance of a stranger in the Missouri estate suddenly taking Mo's three tender beauties as his wives, it would undoubtedly imply that he was this matter's greatest contributor as well as the killer. If this were to provoke some mysterious force that watched over cultivators, then nothing good would happen to this dabbler in cultivation. It was more than likely that he would not be able to keep his little life. In that case, what use would there be for the exquisite, ravishing, dainty beauty of these three Mo sisters? As a result, Han Li inwardly gave himself a bitter smile and shoved the appearance and fragrance of the three great beauties to the side. As for whether the Mo sisters were fond of him or not, Han Li could not care less. So long as he obtained these beautiful women, then acquiring their hearts was only a matter of time. However, to say this at this moment was already useless. If Han Li's previous words had scalded the hands of the three Mo sisters like a sweet potato, that absolutely didn't trouble him at all. He currently planned to dissolve the cold poison from his body as soon as possible and then depart from this quarrelsome place. As for whether the Missouri estate would later acquire disaster or fortune, that had nothing to do with him. Han Li spoke of his rejection. Although the faces of Lady Yan and the other wives weren't good, the Mo sisters have grown a rather favorable impression of him. Even the youngest, Mo Caihuan, smiled through her fake tears that created a devil's mask with which she disguised herself in front of Han Li. In addition, even Mo Yuzhu's and Mo Fengwu's impression of Han Li had softened by considerably, causing them to view him in a new light. Lady Yan sighed. The rest looked at each other with meaningful glances and then turned their bodies. Helpless, Lady Yan said, since young Master Han hasn't changed his mind, then we will leave the matter alone. We will reach a deal according to young Master's conditions. So long as young Master Han can kill the Hegemon's Villa Sovereign, Furious Lion Ouyang Feitian, we will hand over the precious warm Yang Jade that will let your distinguished self be detoxified. Hee. You women are quite good at scheming. I heard this Ouyang Feitian is at the prime of his life and has yet to have children. The Hegemon's villa will almost certainly collapse immediately after his death. Its subordinates would be in complete disarray, too busy to worry about the fearsome Flood Dragon Association. Han Li stroked his nose, softly laughing. When Lady Yan heard Han Li's words, she gave Han Li a cold glance. It is not as you say. Do you know who it was that sent Wu Jianming here? It was by the order of this sovereign Ouyang. In addition, Wu Jianming is Ouyang Feitian's seventh disciple, and is extremely doted upon. The sovereign of Hegemon's villa was of the same generation as our lord husband and is of nearly the same age. From the beginning he has been ambitiously wanting to proclaim himself sovereign of the entire Lan province, and thus he employed the tactics, first weak then strong, striving to first consume the fearsome Flood Dragon Association and then deal with the Rainbow Sect. Several years ago he instigated my lord husband's sword little brother Ma Kongtian and my lord husband's second disciple, Zhao Kuan, to attempt to split the fearsome Flood Dragon Association. In the end it was seen through by us sisters and we killed those two and their accomplices in advance. However, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's strength had been greatly damaged. We had to retreat step by step under the pressure from the hegemon's villa's advancing army. As a result, we had no choice but to pull back our men and entrench ourselves in Jiayuan City. Lady Yen softly spoke of a few of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's secrets. However, your current influence in Jiayuan City seems to not amount to much either. Couldn't the hegemon's villa just exterminate you in a single vigorous attempt? Han Li thought for a moment and asked, slightly puzzled. He. Ouyang Feitian, that madman doesn't dare to attack here. Naturally he has his reasons. If you want to, so long as you agree to our sister's original conditions, I will tell young master. Third wife Lu giggled, telling half-truths with her alluring voice. Let's forget about it then. I was just a bit curious. Han Li remained completely calm and collected. Really? Not a single bit masculine, without even the slightest intention of bringing out a bit more force. Third wife Lu said with her small mouth as if teasing Han Li. Lady Yen and the others turned a blind eye to the third wife's actions. However, the three Mo sisters' faces had turned red. After all, their own elder had teased the man they were originally about to marry right in front of his face. Outrageous. Mo Huan pouted and firmly glared at Han Li. However, Han Li seemed to not notice this in the least, as if he were in his own world. Instead he replied, Third martial mother speaks of this quite lightly. Since a bit of force could cost me my own life, I'm fine with not being a masculine man. I'm fine so long as I am a man. Perhaps Han Li's last sentence was a bit too frank, because not only did it stun third wife Lu, who pursed the lips of her enchanting smile, it also annoyed second wife Li and Lady Yen. Young master, how do you plan to take Ouyang Feitian's life? This person spends his days hiding deeply within the villa and rarely leaves. Not only is he at the pinnacle of martial arts, his shrewdness is outstanding. He is quite a difficult opponent to deal with. Lady Yen firmly said with a stiff complexion. Lady Fourth shouldn't worry about that. You just have to prepare me a good horse and a portrait of this person. Then I will make him disappear from this world. I hope so. Lady Yen softly spoke. Back to the previous topic. Shouldn't you give me a guarantee that when I return from my completed task, you women will not become hostile and refuse to acknowledge your debt? Han Li intoned, soft as a feather. What kind of guarantee does your distinguished self want? Lady Yen didn't show any discontent but rather seemed to have already anticipated this demand. Inside this bottle there is a medicine pill. I must ask everyone to take this poison, but I will not say what it is. In any case, wait for day I come back after killing Ouyang to exchange the antidote for the precious warm yang jade. Han Li felt around for a porcelain bottle before setting it on the table and coldly staring at Lady Yen and her family members. TL. In Chinese the word of medicine also means poison. Lady Yen did not say anything further and extended her fine lily-white hands to grab the bottle. She poured out a jade-green pill and looked to Lady Li and the others before tilting her head up and swallowing it. Good courage. Good decisiveness. You are truly worthy of leading the fearsome Flood Dragon Association. Han Li could not help but give praise. His gaze then moved toward the rest of the women. Chapter 124 Fengwu. Chapter 124. Fengwu, my sisters do not need to take the poison. Is my life not enough as collateral? Lady Yen, who previously swallowed the pill, prevented second wife Li from taking the poison. When Han Li heard Lady Yan's words, he was slightly stunned, exposing an appearance of surprise. After he immediately muttered to himself, he slightly nodded his head and said, Since fourth martial mother feels so deeply for her sisters, I, Han Li, will not be an unreasonable person. Fine, second martial mother and the rest do not need to take the poison. After Han Li said this, he took the bottle from Lady Yan's hands and stored it in his bosom. Since this affair has been concluded, I will first take my leave. Tomorrow at this time I will come back to the Missouri estate for the portrait and other necessary items. Then I will directly head to the hegemon's villa. Thank you for your troubles, young master. Lady Yen and the others stood up to send him off. Han Li faintly smiled, turned his body as easily as wind and left the room. Just as Han Li had left the small building, there were the sounds of many hurried footsteps from behind him. Senior apprentice brother Han, wait a moment. My second sister has come to find you for a certain matter. Han Li heard the shouting voice of that young girl Immortality and sighed. He helpless turned his body. He saw that little demoness take the lead at the front, followed by Mo Fengwu and Mo Yuzhu. They were all walking straight toward him. Immortality overtook Han Li by a few steps. Then she widely opened her eyes, walked around him in a circle, and smacked her lips incessantly as if she were looking at a rare object. Right. Senior apprentice brother Han, I was already quite bitter from being cheated. However, I didn't expect that you were also a faker. You actually went as far as to use some small thing to trick me into moving around in circles. When Han Li heard this, he rolled his eyes at this girl. What small thing? This girl clearly wants a better gift and thus he must leave at once. Third sister, don't be rude. Stop making trouble for young Master Han. This was the first time Han Li heard Mo Fengwu's voice. It was completely gentle and soft like velvet and could give a person a sense of comfort. What? Am I not taking revenge on behalf of our mothers? Who let this guy act so lofty in front of my mother? Mo Tsai-Huan angrily asked. Sure enough, the words Han Li heard fit his expectations. This girl had came here purely to vex him. In that case, he no longer paid notice of the little demoness and turned his head to Mo Fengwu. Second junior apprentice sister, is something on your mind that compelled you to find me? Having Han Li speak to her caused her to complexion to slightly red. However, she continued softly saying, Fengwu came to find young master to simply know whether third sister's winding fragrance pills were truly gifted by young master. Has my father's medical expertise been completely passed down to young master? When Han Li had first seen Mo Fengwu, he had quite a favorable impression of her. Now that he had seen this shy jade person speak so tenderly, his mind could not help but feel a large amount of sympathy toward her. Jade person. Jade person, refined beauty. I got tired to saying the word beauty. As a result, he politely said, in response to second junior apprentice sister's question, Han Li will naturally say all he knows. Junior apprentice sister Tsai-Huan's winding fragrance pills were truly gifted by me. I have also indeed learned many medicinal recipes and obtained great medical expertise. This winding fragrance pill was such a recipe. Could it be that junior apprentice sister Fengwu is greatly interested in this? Ever since Han Li had seen the medicinal herbs growing in the back garden, he knew for certain that there was someone here learning Dr. Mo's medical expertise. Now that he saw Mo Fengwu ask this, his mind knew that it was most likely to be the jade person before him. As expected, after Han Li said these words, this young woman, who originally seemed extremely gentle and quiet, displayed a cheerful expression from her eyes as she said, I won't conceal this from young master. Ever since Fengwu was a child, she was greatly interested in father's medical skills and meticulously studied many of father's medical books and experiences. Unfortunately, when father departed the Missouri estate, Fengwu's age was still young, and thus what she had acquired was quite limited. After she finished speaking, Mo Fengwu was somewhat hesitant, but still she continued. Therefore, Fengwu has a request which she hopes young master will be able to complete. Is it possible for your distinguished self to give a copy of father's medical skills and insight to Fengwu to let her learn a few things and deepen her own medical expertise? After she said these words, this second junior apprentice sister from the Missouri estate blushed. It was clear that to boldly request this of him was quite embarrassing for her. After Han Li finished hearing the jade person's request, he didn't think of it in the least and immediately agreed. No problem. Tomorrow when I come to the Missouri estate, I will give the few of Dr. Mo's remaining manuscripts and prescriptions to second junior apprentice sister. Naturally, these already belong to the Missouri estate. I had originally planned to hand them over to fourth martial mother, but since second junior apprentice sister wants them, giving them to second junior apprentice sister would be the same. Han Li said with a smile. A great many thanks, young master. Fengwu can't help but be grateful. Mo Fengwu's face showed an appreciation for his decision. Second sister, why in the world are you thanking him? Did you not hear him say that those objects originally belonged to us? He should be giving them to you of his own volition. The nearby Mo Tsai-Huan blinked several times before interrupting. After Han Li heard the words of the young girl, he shot her a glance and thought, if it wasn't your second sister, such a gentle and pleasant beauty, requesting this of me, would I still return these items which fell into my possession to the Missouri estate? I wouldn't even think of it. Third sister, don't speak drivel. Young Master Han will bring us father's remnants without the slightest hesitation. This sufficiently shows young master's intentions. Seeing something amiss between Han Li and Mo Tsaihuan, Mo Fengwu hastily chided the young girl and then pulled her away. After she gracefully bowed to Han Li, she took her leave. From the beginning to end, the Mo estate's eldest daughter Mo Yuzhu hadn't said a word. After she saw her two sisters depart, she took a deep look at Han Li and left. The Mo estate's eldest daughter, what meaning did her glance hold? Does she appreciate me, loathe me, or even both? Chapter 125 Plans. Chapter 125. Plans. Time? Place? When Shitiniu heard this, he was stunned momentarily. It seemed he had no recollection of it. But now, seeing Han Li so serious, he knew this was the crucial point of his service. He lowered his head and pondered deeply, trying to recollect his memory. Half a quarter of an hour later. Got it! Shitiniu suddenly shouted, raising his head. His face was completely cheerful. I heard the female immortal tell her male companion that before they participate in the immortals' great assembly, he was to accompany her to an immortal gathering place called the Great South Valley. Till, Great South, Tainan? Could almost mean southmost or the most southern. Great South Valley? Han Li softly murmured to himself. He had never heard of it before, not even the slightest impression. Han Li turned his gaze to Sun Ergu. If this place had a name, then this local gang boss should have a bit of information. There is no such place in Jiayuan City. If there is truly such a valley, I would remember it quite clearly. Sun Ergu creased his brow and shook his head left and right. Did you for some reason remember incorrectly? Han Li brought his gaze back to Shitiniu as he spoke in a cold, severe tone. I absolutely did not. That woman also said that as long as they hurry for half a day, she would be able to attend the meeting with her friend at Great South Valley. Shitiniu said, hastily swearing to the heavens. Half a day. If a person were to walk by foot, then they would no longer be in the vicinity of Jiayuan City. But if these two were rushing on flying beasts, then the scope would be great. Even so, it shouldn't stray from the boundaries of Lan Province. Han Li inwardly pondered. Do you two know of any places called Great South Valley, or with names that include Great South? Han Li's expression eased a bit as he asked the two. Sun Ergu and Shitiniu looked at each other and spoke nearly at the same time. Great South Temple. Great South Mountain. There are two places called Great South? Han Li was surprised. Groaning, he started to have a small headache. Young master, there isn't. There is only one. Sun Ergu hastily replied. That Great South Temple was built on Great South Mountain. Shitiniu added, not to be outdone. Oh, very good. Then it seems that Great South Valley should locate it there, Han Li easily stated. But young master, we have never heard of a Great South Valley near Great South Mountain. It could be wrong. Sun Ergu warned with doubt. When Han Li heard this, he chuckled. It isn't wrong, it's this place. You aren't cultivators, so of course you wouldn't know of this place. I suppose that there should be some sort of cultivator's residence, Han Li excitedly thought. Where is the lowest point of this Great South Mountain? After Han Li's excitement, he recalled that this place wasn't well known and asked without thinking. Young master, Great South Mountain is in the Lan Province's southmost area. Sun Ergu respectfully said. Lan Province's south? Han Li wrinkled his brow. The hegemon's villa and the sovereign he was to assassinate were right in the center of the Lan Province, out of the way and absolutely inconvenient. It seemed that he would have to make several trips. Sun Ergu, after you return, have Shitiniu become the 4th level gang's vice commander. I know you aren't too willing, but since I already promised this person, the promise must be kept. Han Li instructed Sun Ergu. I don't dare to refuse, young master. Your wish is my command. I wouldn't voice even half a complaint. When Sun Ergu heard this, he had a fright. Recalling what Han Li had said before, his complexion turned pale. Be at ease, I am well aware of your loyalty. This bottle contains the antidote that will completely dissolve the poison in your body. Just like I promised, you will have nothing further to fear. I treat everyone fairly, so I will certainly not cheat you. Han Li removed a bottle of medicine and handed it over to Sun Ergu. When Sun Ergu saw this, he was pleased beyond expectation. The rotten heart pill inside his body had made his meals unappetizing and his sleep restless. Now that he could completely remove it, how could he not be moved? Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This servant will certainly repay this favor even if he were to die the cruelest death. After Sun Ergu took the bottle, he sincerely said these words. Han Li non-committedly nodded his head. The reason why he had given the cure to Sun Ergu so frankly was mostly because he felt that giving Sun Ergu a dose of antidote every month would be far too troublesome. Since he would be far away from Jiayuan City for a prolonged period of time, he decided to forego using poison to control Sun Ergu. Of course, if someday these two truly betrayed him, Han Li wouldn't care about it in the least. He would just immediately kill the two and find their replacements. In addition, Han Li had no use for the 4th level gang as of now. He had already prepared the 4th level gang to be a fallback plan in case all else failed. Han Li clearly understood that in this world, there were no loyalty nor betrayal without reason. By using force to control others, it would be the easiest method to acquire the desired results. But at the same time, it was also the worst method because the party being forced may retaliate at any time. As a result, if one were to instill some loyalty, it would be best to include both incentives and punishment. Hence Han Li gave Sun Ergu the cure. On one hand, he would greatly raise Sun Ergu's loyalty for a long period of time. On the other, Shi Tinyu and Sun Ergu would feel meaning behind his words. Results will merit rewards and mistakes will be punished. This benefited Han Li's long-term control over the two. That was what Han Li had thought after some deliberation. After Han Li saw Sun Ergu consume the cure, he suddenly said something that made Sun Ergu both frightened and happy. I will leave Crooked Soul in your care later on, but I won't allow you to use it to provoke quarrels. Although this Crooked Soul may be ferocious, there are a great many extraordinary eccentrics in this world. You might be so unlucky as to provoke a deathly calamity. Keep this in mind. Han Li said with a heavy tone. Of course I will keep this in mind. I will properly make arrangements for Sir Crooked Soul. Esteemed young master, please feel at ease. Sun Ergu was like a chick pecking grain, nodding his head incessantly. Were it not for the fact that I no longer need Crooked Soul as a personal bodyguard, his far too eye-catching appearance, and the inconvenience of him following me on a long journey, there is no way I could hand over Crooked Soul to this person's care. Thinking this, Han Li sighed and inwardly shook his head, somewhat reluctant to part with his large companion. Chapter 126 Great South Mountain, Great South Valley and a Youth. Chapter 126. Great South Mountain, Great South Valley, and a Youth. Guanggui City was located in the southernmost part of the Lan province. Not very large in size, the city contained only a few 100,000 people, 1/5 that of Jiayuan City. However, this place was surrounded by mountains from 3 sides with the 4th side against a lake. Unlike the rich nobles' vacationing destinations, this graceful environment facilitated the growth of several rarely seen fruits, a local specialty that caused this small city to have quite a reputation. Great South Mountain was located not far west of Guanggui City. It stood 3,000 meters high as the Lan province's 4th tallest mountain and was enveloped in mist all year long. On the mountain's peak, there was a moderately sized temple, Great South Temple. Because these temples were quite accurate, every year a few high-ranking officials and nobles went out of their way to come pray, giving large amounts of monetary offerings to the temple. As a result, it earned a widespread reputation for burning incense without interruptions at its temple front. Currently, in the woods down at the base of Great South Mountain, a person was sitting in the dense undergrowth beneath a huge tree. His hands grasped a flickering red light that was pressed up against his dantian as it repeatedly rocked back and forth. Suddenly, this person's body shook and he let out a gloomy groan. He lowered the shining red object in his hand, exposing its true appearance. It was actually a top-quality fine azure jade. Not only was this fine jade completely pure, there were also several faint traces of red light seeping out from within the depths of the jade. Upon seeing this, any passerby could make out this jade was no mundane object and held considerable value. This person slowly withdrew the azure jade from his abdomen and raised his head to look at the sky, showing that he was a common male youth. He was precisely Han Li, who had disappeared from Jiayuan City. Han Li then lowered his head and looked at the object in his hand. His face could not help but expose a cheerful expression. Ever since the day he obtained this precious warm yang jade, it had continuously extracted the codeine poison from his body. As a result, the poison was completely extracted only after half a month. Even so, it had not been easy. When drawing out the poison, Han Li greatly suffered from an aching itch that entered his bones. He still had lingering trepidation every time he remembered the experience. However, this precious warm yang jade was truly a treasure. It actually contained spiritual qi, expelling his poison to great effect and with much ease. He feared if he had not acquired this, he would need tens of days to thoroughly remove his body's poison. Thinking of this, Han Li returned the precious jade into the wooden box beside him, which he then carefully hid it away on his person. As Han Li stood up and moved his stiff limbs about, his thoughts drifted back to his experiences these past 2 months. After Han Li had finished making his arrangements, he went to the Missouri estate the following day and obtained information on Ouyang Feitian and the hegemon's villa. He then rode on a precious horse gifted by the Missouri estate and hastily journeyed day and night, eventually arriving at the hegemon's villa within 10 days. After several days of continuous spying and infiltration, Han Li acquired a golden opportunity and sent out his precious talisman towards Ouyang Feitian, who was admiring the full moon all alone. Sacrificing a use of his sword talisman, he beheaded him in a moment and took his life. The course of events went by exceptionally smoothly. Not a wave of commotion arose, nearly causing Han Li to suspect that the person he had killed was perhaps a fake. Afterwards, he inspected the dead body on several places, finding Ouyang Feitian's personal scar and birthmark and confirming that he did not kill the wrong person. Han Li then sighed and brought the head back to Jiayuan City. After he returned to the Missouri estate and gave Ouyang Feitian's severed head to Lady Yan for inspection, she told him that Ouyang Feitian practiced Jiang Hu's top defensive technique, Overlord's armor. He had long since trained his entire body until was impervious to sword and spear, reducing the sharp edge of a blade to something like mud. It would be difficult to even cause the slightest wound. Nevertheless, she hadn't expected Han Li to actually bring back his head. Only now did Han Li understand that this Ouyang Feitian had most likely considered his sword talisman to be a concealed weapon. As a result, he did not dodge, letting Han Li dispatch him in such an effortless manner. The remaining matters were simple. After Lady Yan finished confirming the identity of the severed head, she brought out the precious jade and exchanged it for Han Li's antidote. Although Han Li obtained the precious jade, Lady Yan urged him to stay, only to be met with denial. He was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with the people of the Missouri estate. He then immediately departed from Jiayuan City once more and rushed over to Great South Mountain. On the way, Han Li cured his poison while thinking of how he should befriend the cultivators of Great South Valley. Because Han Li didn't know whether the other party was evil or just, he did not plan to bravely come knocking on their door. In case the cultivators were evil and demonic, he did not want to voluntarily deliver himself to their door like a dish to be swallowed in a single bite. As a result, just as Han Li reached Great South Mountain, he went to the neighboring villages to ask about Great South Valley and listen to a few anecdotes and a few queer and bizarre matters. According to the villagers, the northern side of Great South Mountain faced a very mysterious mountain slope covered year-long by a dense fog. Travelers who entered it wouldn't be able to see their 5 fingers in front of them. It was reasonable to say that for the Great South Mountain to have some mountain fog was quite ordinary. However, such a thick mountain fog enveloping an area year-round was quite a bit inconceivable. As a result, a few of the more courageous villagers had already braved the fog several times. But what was astonishing was that every time someone entered, they would unwittingly lose their direction. Not long after, they would unintentionally move away from the mountain fog and arrive where they had started, causing people to feel amazed to no end. Because this mountain slope was so queer and that people could enter without any sort of consequence, even more villagers happily and tirelessly rushed in, wanting to unravel this riddle. However, the villagers had somehow provoked the anger of the mountain slope's dense fog. Ever since an unknown day, all the villagers that entered the strange slope did not immediately exit the dense fog, but were instead trapped for 2 to 3 days, completely weakened by hunger. Only then were they able to walk away from the fog. Thus, no one had dared to rush the strange mountain slope ever again. The villagers eventually became accustomed to that place and turned a blind eye to it. After Hanli heard this, he was overjoyed. Hanli knew this strange mountain slope was most likely the place he was looking for. Furthermore, even if this place wasn't that great South Valley, it was certain to be the residence of some cultivators. What Hanli was most happy about from the villagers' account was that the temperament of the mountain slope's master could not at all be regarded as malicious. He shouldn't be a cultivator that would immediately kill him should they meet. Hence there should be much leeway in meeting him. Although that was the case, Hanli still wouldn't pay a visit without a plan. Instead he would stay in the woods. Only after he completely prepared his body's concealed weapons would he go and pay a visit in his peak state. That way, if something were to go wrong, he was quite certain that he would be able to escape. After Hanli thought of this, he planned to lodge in a villager's house, eat some food and stay the night. The day after he would go visit that strange slope. Thus, Hanli walked away from the woods towards the nearby small village. Just as he was about to enter the small village, Hanli saw a 15 to 16-year-old youth wearing white clothes. He stood at the village's entrance with several villagers around him, joyfully talking about something. Hanli was slightly surprised that an outsider had appeared here at this moment. It was quite possible that this was no ordinary person, so naturally Hanli took a glance at him with the Heaven's Eye technique. With just a look, Hanli's heart was overjoyed. It turned out that this white-clothed youth's body was enveloped in a faint spiritual light slightly lesser than his own. This youngster was also a cultivator. The youngster in the distance seemed to have sensed someone looking at him and turned toward Hanli. Once he saw Hanli, his face immediately lit up with a happy expression, and he hastily ran over in an instant. Is this brother also heading toward Great South Valley? Brother, I am Wan Xiaoshan of the Dry Precipice Mountains Wan clan. Want to go together to pay our respects? This youth ran until he was panting, and without waiting for his breath to steady, he impatiently said this to Hanli. Hell? One of the Wan clan literally means 10,000. Xiaoshan means little mountain. Hanli glanced at the youngster's delicate features and delicate skin, all of which were characteristics belonging to an influential family's young master who lived like a prince. Of course we can. However, do you know where Great South Valley is located? After Hanli heard his request, Hanli said this while remaining completely calm. Hee. I've only heard my clan members say that Great South Valley was on Great South Mountain's northern face. Its gate is covered in dense fog all year long. However, I don't know the specifics. I've asked a few of the villagers where Great South Valley is located, and they also don't know. But brother is sure to know, right? Somewhat embarrassed, the youth scratched his head before looking at Hanli with a hopeful gaze. Little brother, is this the first time you've journeyed abroad? When Hanli heard the other person's words, he suppressed the happiness in his thoughts and asked with a smile. Big brother guessed correctly. This is my first time traveling so far from home. The youth somewhat bashfully nodded his head. All right then, follow me. I will bring you along. Hanli hadn't been completely certain that the strange slope was the Great South Valley he was trying to find, but now that he heard the youth's words, he was completely certain. That's great. This time I can learn and experience quite a bit. When the youth heard Hanli's words, he could not help cheerfully say this with excitement. Seeing the youngster like this, Hanli faintly smiled. From the words that had just left the youth's mouth, he was able to understand a bit more about cultivators. What do you want to learn and experience by going to Great South Valley? Hanli slowly walked to the strange slope with the youngster. The place had long been secretly scouted by him several times, and he had remembered the place very clearly. There's too much to say. I want to look at the secret arts and magic techniques belonging to other clans and schools. I also want to trade with them for things that I like. The youngster spoke without thinking. Oh. Hanli softly agreed. However, his mind was somewhat puzzled. When he heard the youth's voice, he felt that this Great South Valley wasn't just a gathering of numerous cultivators. Could it be that some greater event would later occur? Hanli grew anxious at this thought. Chapter 127 Knowledge on Spiritual Roots. Chapter 127 Knowledge on Spiritual Roots. And just like that, the two of them walked together while chatting lazily randomly about all sorts of topics. Although they were chatting lazily, it was better to say that Han Li was the one asking the questions while the youth was the one answering. From the mouth of the youth, Han Li finally obtained some news about the world of cultivators as well as finally understanding some of the fundamental facts about that world. For example, the levels of cultivation could be classified into the lower realm, middle realm and higher realm. The lower realm consisted 5 stages: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, deity transformation. The middle realm consisted of void level, integration level and great ascension level. And upon reaching the higher realm, it could be said that one truly stepped into the realms of immortals. Cultivators at the higher realm could fly through the skies and visit the immortal realm with a lifespan as long as that of heaven and earth. However, it was easier said than done. It was extremely tough to cultivate to such a level. Not to mention cultivating all the 3 realms. Even in the most basic, the lower realm, there was no one in the history of State of You who had successfully cultivated to the peak of the deity transformation stage. At most, they were stuck in the nascent soul stage. But even then, reaching nascent soul was exceedingly rare. Only a few eccentrics with great luck and karmic fortune would be able to do so. According to the youth, an individual's lifespan was directly linked to his cultivation level, and each successive breakthrough would prolong his lifespan. Mortals, at most, could only live for 100 years, but even that was very rare among mortals. For cultivators who successfully stepped into foundation establishment, they would have a lifespan of 200 years. This was very common. And if an individual was lucky enough to reach core formation, his lifespan would be further doubled to 400 and 500 years. And, if that individual somehow managed to meet a fortuitous encounter through have extreme luck and managed to form his nascent soul, then congratulations. His lifespan would be extended to 1,000 years. As long as the person in question was a cultivator, this was all within the realm of possibility. Suddenly the white-robed youth stopped here. He was extremely envious of those eccentrics with a lifespan of 800 to 1,000 years. These people had 10 times the lifespan of a normal human. Han Li was awestruck as he listened by the youth's side, but he had already guessed that lifespan of cultivators would be longer when compared to that of ordinary humans. But what he hadn't expected was that the differences in lifespan would be so ridiculous. 1,000 years of life, wouldn't that mean that the eccentric had become a 1,000-year-old tortoise? Han Li thought in his heart somewhat maliciously. But if just reaching the nascent soul stage would enable you to live so long, what about deity transformation stage? And the further stages in the middle and higher realms? How long would they live then? Han Li finally couldn't bear it anymore and indirectly asked. Who knows? Maybe they can live forever enjoying eternal youth? The youth exclaimed. Legend has it that cultivators who reach the great perfection circle of the deity transformation stage have to leave this world and travel to a higher realm in another space. But as to where and what the higher realm is, no one knows because no one has ever returned from there. No one has ever returned? Then how do we determine the different levels of the deity transformation stage? Han Li asked somewhat dejected why. However, the youth in front of him probably could not answer this as well. Other than the different levels in cultivations, Han Li now had a general understanding of the cultivation clans and sects within the State of You. The youth may not know matters of other places, but regarding the State of You's cultivation world, the youth seemed quite knowledgeable as he proceeded to explain in great details. From his mouth, Han Li knew that in the State of You, there existed a total of 7 cultivation sects. The Masked Moon Sect, Yellow Maple Valley, Spirit Beast Mountain, Clear Void Sect, Saber Transformation Dock, Heavenly Imperial Fortress and the Giant Sword Sect. Out of these 7, the Masked Moon Sect was the most powerful. Spirit Beast Mountain was a close second, and as for the rest, their power levels were roughly evenly matched. If one were to say that these various cultivator sects were the great tree providing support for the whole of State of You, the other various cultivator clans and families would be the leaves and branches that depended on the great tree for survival. And according to the youth, the ancestors from the immortal cultivators clans were once disciples of the cultivator sections. The bloodline of the sect disciples eventually flowed out over the generations and slowly became a cultivator clan. Thus, one could say from this that all cultivators possessed something called spiritual roots. Spiritual roots. What exactly were they? Not even immortal cultivators know everything about them, but what they did know was that if a person lacked spiritual roots, that person couldn't aspire to traverse the path of cultivation. After all, if one had no spiritual roots, how could he even absorb spiritual qi? And if spiritual qi couldn't be absorbed, how could he become an immortal cultivator? Of course, those who were born with spiritual roots were extremely rare among the commoners. It could be said that there would only one would be born with spiritual roots in a batch of tens of thousands, and thus, there were only a selected few who would be able to embark on the pathway to become an immortal. But still, the majority of those with spiritual roots lived out their lives as a commoner, since it was extremely difficult for individuals to know if they possessed spiritual roots or not, causing great headache to recruiters from the immortal sections. Even possessing spiritual roots did not guarantee that one was qualified to enter the immortal sections. This was because there were differences in grade among spiritual roots. As the saying went, spiritual roots could be categorized into 5 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The majority of cultivators had roots in impure mixture of 4 or all 5 of the attributes. Although these people was able to absorb spiritual qi of heaven and earth, they would progress extremely slowly in terms of their cultivation. At most, they could only reach the 3rd or 4th level of the qi condensation stage before reaching a bottleneck that halted all hopes of breaking through to foundation establishment. Regarding this embarrassing situation, many cultivators investigated and realized that spiritual roots were usually passed on through bloodline. For example, if a man or a woman possessed spiritual roots, the children they birthed would have a 25% chance of being born with spiritual roots. And naturally, if both the mother and the father were possessors of spiritual roots, the children they birthed who have a higher probability of inheriting spiritual roots. After this matter was discovered, many people grew agitated. This agitation was directed towards the young sect members. Under their elders' pressure, many youth from the various sects were forced out to the secular world to get married and settle down. Only after having a son or daughter would they be allowed to return back to their sect for cultivation. Whenever the sects lacked of disciples, they would select the descendants of their disciples with spiritual roots. This way, the rate of finding people with spiritual roots would greatly increase. The problematic situation faced by immortal sects could finally be considered partially resolved. Eventually, over time, more and more people with spiritual roots were born, which paved the way for the formation of cultivator clans and families. These cultivator clans might not possess high-level cultivation arts, but they do not face a shortage of low-level cultivation arts and techniques. Eventually, they became the external window that the immortal sects could use to reach out to the secular world. This essentially meant that behind each cultivator clan was backed by a powerful immortal sect. Having explained all of this white-robed youth felt extremely satisfied. It had been far too long since he last showed off his knowledge. The feeling of when the listener was fully focused on the words he spoke made him feel extremely happy and well-disposed towards Han Li. Hence, so he held nothing back, wanting to show off his knowledge in front of Han Li. Naturally, Han Li was pleased with such an arrangement, and he oftentimes interjected appropriately, giving the white-robed youth another chance to expound on his knowledge. What a pity, this hill that was shrouded by fog wasn't very far from the village. After a few hours, both of them had already arrived at the hillside. Having traveled only a short journey, Han Li couldn't help being somewhat dissatisfied for not having enough time to learn more regarding the matters of the cultivation world. He deeply wanted to walk back to the village again so that he could expand his knowledge, but he knew that it was impossible to do so. Sighing, he looked at the youth beside him with disappointment misting over his eyes. Which clan is brother from? After the youth finished looking at the dense fog with excitement, he seemed to have remembered something, so he turned his head to ask. When Han Li had chatted with the youth just a moment ago, he realized that in the world of cultivators, aside from cultivation sects and clans, the number of rogue cultivators was not small. The majority of these so-called rogue cultivators were either the last generation of a fallen cultivation clan or people like Han Li, mortals who accidentally stumbled upon some cultivation art and voluntarily entered the world of cultivators. Furthermore, the rogue cultivators from declining sects were separated from their inheritance. Their cultivation was for the most part not at a high stage, generally lingering at qi condensation. As a result, cultivation clans have rarely treated rogue cultivators with high regard and had somewhat held them in contempt, just like how rich families from the secular world looked down upon poor and destitute families. I do not come from a clan, but rather I've cultivated by myself. After Han Li thought for a moment, he decided to speak the truth. After all, pretending to be a member from another clan was far too easy to expose. Your esteemed self is a rogue cultivator? Although this was quite unexpected to the youth, his face didn't wear the slightest look of discrimination but instead had a look of pleasant surprise. He excitedly circled around Han Li, looking at Han Li as if he were a rare object. Didn't little brother just say a moment ago that cultivation clans looked down upon rogue cultivators? How are you still so happy? Han Li asked, somewhat amazed by this. They do, but don't confuse our Wan clan with other cultivator clans. Our Wan clan has always treated rogue cultivators well. The youth pridefully replied. He seemed quite proud of his clan's practices. Our Wan clan's ancestors were originally rogue cultivators. However, they were fortunate enough to enter a cultivation school, becoming official disciples of the giant sword sect. At this point, our Wan clan was established, and because of our origins, the rules of our Wan clan have always made it forbidden to discriminate against rogue cultivators. The youth said with a smile. Actually, it isn't limited to our Wan clan. A few other clans' ancestors were also rogue cultivators, therefore they also bear no ill will toward rogue cultivators. However, these clans take up far too small a portion of the entirety of cultivation clans. That is why there is the saying that cultivator clans discriminate against rogue cultivators. The youth added while shaking his head. So it's like that. Seems I am quite lucky. My first meeting was with a little brother from this sort of clan, the Wan clan. After Han Li heard the other side's response to his identity as a rogue cultivator, he had somewhat loosened his guard around the youth. However, brother, throughout the entire journey, you've asked about so many commonly known matters in the world of cultivators. Could it be that brother is a new cultivator that had just left the mountain? The youth turned his eyes, saying this with sudden realization. It was unknown why he became intelligent all of a sudden. When Han Li heard this, his face slightly smiled and he used his hand to pat the youth's shoulders. He said somewhat apologetically, I hadn't meant to deliberately fool little brother, but I had just entered the world of cultivation. I had a few misgivings. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. However, this big brother should tell me his name. In the future you should directly call me Xiaoxian, I won't mind. Wan Xiaoxian was clearly a familiar kind of person saying this without a care in the world. Hee. I am Han Li. I truly just entered the world of cultivation. I hope brother Xiaoxian will take care of me. Han Li's impression of Wan Xiaoxian was quite favorable, causing the tone of his words to become much more amiable. No problem. If there is something big brother Han doesn't understand, do not hesitate to ask. Hee. Who would have thought that I, Wan Xiaoxian, would be instructing others? Wan Xiaoxian proudly said. If I have any questions I will certainly ask Xiaoxian. However, shouldn't we enter the valley? Han Li slightly smiled, pointing to the sky. I almost forgot about our true affair. After Wan Xiaoxian looked to the sky where Han Li's finger was pointed, he immediately shouted, flustered. The youth busily searched himself for quite a while before finally taking out a paper talisman from his bosom. After he made several gestures with his hands and softly spoke several phrases, he threw the paper talisman into the sky. It transformed into a streak of fire that burst into the dense fog, not longer capable of being seen. Big brother Han Li, wait a moment. My announcement talisman will soon enter the valley. The people in the valley will release the spell and guide us there. After the youth saw Han Li somewhat entranced in the direction that the flame had disappeared, he quickly explained, Oh. Han Li nodded his head, expressing his understanding. Big brother Han Li, on this visit to Great South Valley, surely you have brought quite a few goods to exchange? Can you tell me? Don't feel embarrassed, this little brother will say what he brought first. I brought a dozen elementary low-grade blank paper talismans, 2 elementary low-grade invisibility talismans, 2 elementary low-grade fleeing earth talismans, 1 elementary mid-grade rapid thunder talisman, a dozen elementary low-grade ice bullet talismans, an ingot of source iron, a bottle of elementary grade cinnabar, a bundle of whiskers from the 3-tailed cat demon beast medicinal herbs. Wan Xiaoxian didn't take notice of the dumbstruck Han Li as he murmured and counted his fingers, listing out his stockpile of items. Done. Now it's Big Brother Han's turn to say. Big brother, why is your complexion so white? The youngster blinked. He looked at Han Li, not understanding why Han Li was speechless. Don't tell me that to enter Great South Valley I must prepare items beforehand? Han Li's complexion was unsightly. There is no such rule. Wan Xiaoshan bluntly replied. Having heard this, Han Li's complexion immediately improved. However, those that come to Great South Valley at this time are certain to participate in Great South meeting. Who wouldn't bring any items? This only happens once every 5 years. The occasion is for us younger generation of the Lan province to set up a trading event. Especially for the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly that our Lan province will hold a month from now. Those who pass by to participate in Great South's small meeting are numerous. Could it be that Big Brother did not come to take part in the famous Great South Valley's small meeting? The youth said, shocked. He looked at Han Li with a gaze lacking confidence. Han Li bitterly smiled. Brother Xiaoshan, I truly didn't know that this place would have a Great South meeting. I merely found out by accident that this place harbored other cultivators. I came to make friends, nothing more. How could I have specially prepared some items beforehand? Han Li helplessly said as he spread out his hands. So it was like that. That is far too unfortunate. Big Brother Han Li has no choice but to squander this golden opportunity. You should know that there are no opportunities to those who lack goods and materials. Wan Xiaoshan said with a face full of pity, repeatedly sighing at Han Li. However, I can't say that I have nothing on me that I can't trade. At the very least, do I not have these 2 talismans? Han Li thought, mocking himself. At this moment, the dense fog in front of the two suddenly split as if a person had cut it with a knife, creating a small path that could fit 2 people shoulder to shoulder. With a glance, one could not see the other end of the small path, which seemed to be quite a distance away. All right, let's go. The youth looked toward Han Li with a wry yet happy face before joyfully rushing in first and disappearing onto the road. Han Li carefully observed the small path with indifference for a moment, before walking in with striding steps. He walked with stable steps, calm and unhurried. This path seemed to be quite long, but after walking for a short period of time he arrived at the end. Once Han Li walked off the path, something was suddenly revealed before him, a rarely seen fully lush, green valley. The valley was closed off from 3 sides by mountains. Its only entrance was the mountain side sealed off by dense fog where Han Li had originally entered. This entire region was quite large, no less than 16 acres. At the center, there was a large fenced-off area with a jade palace pavilion where somewhat bizarrely dressed people left and entered. In front of the pavilion, there was an expansive azure brick plaza occupied by many people resembling small traders. The entire plaza was set up with small vendors' stalls. From time to time he would see 1 or 2 people pressed against the front of a booth. They would look at a few things or perhaps softly ask a few questions, but Han Li rarely saw anyone who reached a deal. Having seen this, Han Li couldn't help but take in a deep breath. This was the world of cultivators. All the people here were cultivators. Being able to see so many cultivators all at once had left Han Li in somewhat of a trance. Han Li softly shook his head, clearing his mind a bit. He constantly reminded himself that he wanted to enter a previously unimaginable world. The people here were most likely able to eliminate him with ease. He must be more cautious and subdued. With this thought, Han Li turned his head to look at the path that by now had already completely disappeared and raised his leg to walk toward the bright stage. Chapter 129 Taoist Master Qingyan. Chapter 129. Taoist Master Qingyan. Han Li merely walked a few steps before he heard a voice calling him from far away. Over here, Big Brother Han. Turning his gaze in the direction of the voice, he saw Wan Xiaoshan standing beside a green-robed elderly man, incessantly waving his hands to get his attention. Han Li lightly smiled as he walked over. When he approached the side of the elderly man, Wan Xiaoshan started an introduction. This elderly figure is from Great South Valley, Taoist Master Qingyan. He is my father's bosom friend. The recent Great South meeting was organized and held by him and a few other elders. The moment Han Li heard the youth's words, he involuntarily cast a few glances at the green-robed senior. This elderly man was tall and skinny and wore a green scholarly robe. With wide shoulders, long hands and a pockmarked face, he looked rather terrifying. After introducing him, the youth spoke to the elderly. Brother Han is someone I met when I was adventuring outside the valley. Although he is a rogue cultivator, we hit off extremely well. Senior Marshal Uncle must take care of him as well. The old man regarded Hanli and suddenly he shut his eyes, saying, Little brother Han, your wood attribute cultivation art is not bad. Reaching the 8th layer at such a young age. Your achievements are seen extremely rarely even in our cultivation world. Hanli bitterly smiled in his heart after he heard the praise of this old man. If it were not for him consuming a large amount of spiritual herbs and pills, how would he have reached the 8th layer so easily? If it weren't for that, he estimated that he would still be at the 3rd and 4th layer. But still on the surface he respectfully replied with a touch of modesty, Elder Qing, thank you for your praise, but I was just lucky. The green-robed old man nodded his head and stopped talking to him. Turning his gaze back onto Zhou Xian, he asked, Little fellow, those in your family have already arrived and are very worried about you. They asked me to bring you to them the moment we met. You should follow me as I led you to them now. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Xian couldn't help but to show a face of depression. Don't tell me that 7th sister and 9th brother came along as well? I'm most afraid of their constant nagging. Is it acceptable if I don't go? Zhou Xian gazed at the old man with hopeful eyes. The green-robed old man stopped smiling and asked, What do you think? Sigh, of course I have to go back. Zhou Xian sank his head as he replied in a depressed tone. Your guts are not small and you actually dared to sneak out without informing your family. If you met an immortal cultivator who was unscrupulous in the middle of your journey, do you think you would still be alive? The old man harshly berated Zhou Xian while glancing at Hanli out of the corner of his eyes. Isn't this old man hinting that I'm someone with a crooked heart, an extremely unscrupulous immortal cultivator, and that I tried to get near to Zhou Xian for some other motive? Hanli observed coldly towards the side, understanding the intent behind the old man's words. Hi. It's so hard to meet someone I can talk to about everything under the sun, but it seems like we have to be separated temporarily. If I don't leave and Taoist Master Qingyan were to use his methods, I don't even know if I can leave here alive. Hanli helplessly exclaimed in his heart. Since Brother Wan wants to go back to meet his family, I shall go by myself and explore the place first. If we have an opportunity in the future, I will certainly treat little brother to a drink. Hanli clasped his hands as he spoke to Zhou Xian and Taoist Master Qingyan. Don't leave so fast, I still want to introduce you to. Little brother Han still has something he has to take care of. You shouldn't disrupt his plans. Zhou Xian saw that Hanli was leaving and frantically wanted to try and say something, but he was stopped by Taoist Master Qingyan. Seeing this unfolding, Hanli smiled towards Zhou Xian before turning and departing. Meanwhile, that youth followed behind the old man with a face full of depression, as though he was being dragged to his execution ground. He walked slowly towards his family's direction. Even though Hanli had been treated like that by Taoist Master Qingyan, he wasn't annoyed. After all, as an elderly man he would have plenty of life experiences. Seeing someone like Hanli who came from an unknown background, he would surely view him with suspicion. Any normal mortal old man would surely do so, not to mention a senior such as Taoist Master Qingyan. However, Hanli did not have any malicious intents towards Zhou Xian. He purely wanted to understand matters about the world of cultivators. But now with the appearance of Taoist Master Qingyan, it seemed that he would have to find some other way to get more knowledge about the world of cultivators. Unknowingly, he started to move closer to the immortal cultivators' shops. The cultivators' shops were situated in a spacious market, lined up in the shape of a design around the market. This way it was easier for the potential customers in the crowd to browse their merchandise. Lining up in small groups of 2 to 3, the customers split themselves up as they explored the stores, giving the market the atmosphere of a rowdy night market. It was already approaching late evening and the lights on the streets flickered into life. The majority of the merchants lit up their bronze lanterns that contained neither wick nor wax. Instead, the lanterns housed white stones that released a soft light, illuminating the streets. The light emitted was stronger than ordinary candlelight. Not only was it capable of illuminating a small region, even the nearby streets were illuminated as well. To Hanli, this was an extraordinary treasure. Hanli couldn't help but click his tongue as he exclaimed in wonder. The skies turned dark, but the crowd was even more populated than before. The majority were immortal cultivators hidden in the crowd, causing the liveliness of the area to be even more rampant. Han Li slowly neared the market, but he didn't bring his horse in. Instead he observed from the outside, taking note of all the immortal cultivators he saw. Because now, at such a close distance, the attire of the immortal cultivators allowed Han Li to widen his scope and knowledge. Some of the cultivators had shabby robes on, only covering their private areas with other parts of their bodies bare for all to see. While others were heavily robed in clothes, not revealing any parts of their skin, a total opposite when compared to the shabbily dressed cultivators. What was more ludicrous was that there was fellow who was obviously a man but was dressed like a woman. This almost caused Han Li to vomit, but luckily these type of strange people weren't often seen. Although the other cultivators were dressed strangely, Han Li was still able to accept it. After his observation, Han Li's countenance suddenly flickered as his eyes grew brighter. He discovered that those in the market, regardless of whether they were merchants setting up stores or immortal cultivators visiting the markets, all of them were between 10 and 20 years of age. He couldn't even spot an immortal cultivator older than 30. This was just as Wan Xiaoshan had described it. Taking place every 5 years, the Great South Meeting was an event targeted young immortal cultivators. It appeared that those who were older or had a higher status wouldn't appear here. Even Taoist Master Qingyan wouldn't dare to show his face here. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, these old fellows were tough to handle, and if they wanted to deal with him, they would easily be able to do so, just like using a finger and pressing an ant to death. No trouble at all. However, although the ones in front of his eyes were all young immortal cultivators, their individual levels of power weren't weak. If Han Li were to compare himself with these cultivators, he could only be considered someone at the mid-tier average standard. Back in Jiayuan City, Han Li had once met the blue-clothed man who was so much stronger than him. Over here there were 5 to 6 immortal cultivators on the same level as the blue-clothed man, which made Han Li perspire with nervousness. Chapter 130 Becoming a Member. Chapter 130 Becoming a Member. Brother, why are you waiting here by yourself? Are you waiting for a friend? A bright and clear voice suddenly came from behind Han Li, giving him a start. Han Li slowly turned around and saw 6 to 7 people standing not far from him. The one who spoke was a 27 or 28-year-old cultivator dressed in Taoist robes. This person had a blemishless white face and regular features. He held a horsetail whisk in his arm and was looking at Han Li with a smile. Does this Taoist priest have business with myself? Han Li did not understand the other party's questions and instead asked him a question in return. Hee. Don't misunderstand, we aren't looking at brother with evil intentions. It's just that we saw brother stand by himself with an appearance of curiosity towards everything. That's why we guessed your esteemed self was a rogue cultivator that attended the meeting alone and thought we'd come and make friends. We're all rogue cultivators, much like your esteemed self. The Taoist priest explained with a face of benevolence. You are all rogue cultivators? Han Li was slightly shocked. That's right. If your esteemed self is a rogue cultivator, then it would be best to stay together with us. That way, everyone will be able to look after each other during this meeting. These words came from the delicate and pretty face of a young woman with a scar. Beside her was a large, fully bearded man carrying a broadsword on his back. The two seemed to be married. Yes, previously lone rogue cultivators that participated in the trade meet were regularly humiliated by those from large clans because they were too weak. The Taoist priest solemnly said. Hearing these two's words, Han Li had somewhat understood the other party's intentions. This group of rogue cultivators were afraid of being bullied by those from cultivator clans during the meet. As a result, they voluntarily gathered together and created a small gang in an attempt to acquire the ability to defend themselves. That was why they looked everywhere for lone rogue cultivators. Since the other party's intent was clear, Han Li naturally could not refuse these kinds of good intentions. After all, he truly needed a small group to shield him from the rain. He did not care that this could only be considered a temporary thing. However, he still needed to carefully ask the other party several questions before being able to join them with ease. Since you several people have looked out for me, I won't conceal anything. I truly am a rogue cultivator. However, if you wish for me to join your group, could you first introduce yourselves and say what I must do as a member of your group? Han Li calmly admitted his identity as a rogue cultivator, But as soon as the people in front of him revealed happy expressions, he put forth his request. It seems that brother still has some misgivings. This is no matter. When the others had barely joined, they spoke almost the same exact words as your esteemed self. After the Taoist priest and the others heard Han Li's words, not only did they not show an expression of displeasure but instead, they looked at each other and laughed heartily. Afterwards, the Taoist priest said these words, "I will give you an introduction of these several friends." The Taoist priest pointed to the several rogue cultivators and said to Han Li with a smile, "These two are blood brothers from the dark blue wolf mountains, He Mu and He Jin." The Taoist priest pointed to the youthful pair and calmly introduced them. TL. He Mu, black tree. He Jin, black gold. These two cupped their hands towards Han Li and Han Li calmly returned the courtesy. "This is Flying Lotus Cave's vagabond Hong Lian and Pu Lu Mountain's master Ku Sang." This time he pointed to the ordinary young lady and the small bitter-faced Buddhist monk. TL. Hong Lian means red lotus. Chapter 131. Spirit Stones and Spirit Talisman. Another more popular method was to use something called spirit stones as a form of currency in business transactions among cultivators to buy and sell goods. As the name implies, a spirit stone is a type of stone that was full of the world's spiritual qi. The amount of spiritual qi accumulated in the spirit stone is a huge supplement for cultivators. If a cultivator absorbed the spiritual qi within the spirit stone during meditation as he cultivated, his speed of cultivation would reach astonishing rates. After all, the scattered spiritual qi that a cultivator would have to absorb and refine by himself was quite different from having pure refined spiritual qi next to him that he could absorb and refine as he wished. However, this was not a spirit stone's greatest effect. The most important usage of the spirit stone was for magic techniques and to set up a formation spell. Whether or not a high-grade formation spell succeeded and was effective, it all depended upon the effectiveness of the spirit stones used. A good spirit stone would not only guarantee the success of the formation spell, it would also increase the power dramatically. However, the amount of spirit stones used for magic techniques was far above the utility of formation spells. This was because a cultivator had to rely on his own magic power cultivation to determine the grade and effectiveness of the magic technique he wanted to execute. Since it was almost impossible to rely on oneself and use a high-grade magic technique, spirit stones became the best magic power amplification object. If a cultivator cast a very powerful magic spell while holding a spirit stone in his hand, the spiritual qi within the spirit stone would continuously replenish the cultivator's loss of magic power during magic casting. In this manner, it was able to support magic techniques one would originally be unable to use. Therefore, the spirit stones had become the best option for cultivators to gain the upper hand and win from a position of weakness. They were also the best strength recovery tonic after magic power was greatly depleted, and would increase one's chances of survival during a fight by leaps and bounds. Spirit stones have so many uses and amazing effects, so naturally the value for a spirit stone rose as well. But because of the vast consumption of the spirit stones, along with the excessive exploitation and continuous decline of their ore veins, spirit stones had gradually become a precious luxury good in the present day of the cultivating world. In short, it became a cultivator's optimal safeguard for business transactions and the only circulating monetary currency. Furthermore, there was even a collaborative decision on the detailed differentiation on a spirit stone specifications and grade. Spirit stones were graded into 4 grades according to the amount of spirit power they contained. The 4 grades comprised of low-grade spirit stone, mid-grade spirit stone, high-grade spirit stone and ultra-grade spirit stone. In addition, according to the different attribute of spirit power spirit stones stored, they could also be categorized into the 5 elements. Metal spirit stone, wood spirit stone, water spirit stone, earth spirit stone and fire spirit stone. Moreover, there are also rarely seen spirit stone attributes such as wind, spirit stone and thunder spirit stone. But those spirit stones were very rare. These kind of extremely precious items like spirit stones, Han Li don't even possess a single piece of it. He admitted that he did not have any sort of goods on him to use for an exchange. Hence from the start he had intentions to widen his horizon, so he looked around without any restraint and continued his journey. Even though Han Li's appearance was indifferent and calm, the items at the vendors' stalls made his heart stir and greatly envious. The signboard beside the spirit talisman wrote, Soaring Sky Talisman, Wind Attribute Elementary High-Grade Flying-Type Spirit Talisman, price is at 30 low-grade Spirit Stone or exchange for Consolidation-Type Pill Medicine of equal value. The moment Han Li saw the signboard, his heart was startled. After going around many stalls, this was the first elementary high-grade Spirit Talisman that Han Li had seen. He couldn't help but to attentively view it. As expected, that spirit paper talisman's spiritual chi was astonishingly rich, unlike all the previous low-grade and mid-grade spirit talisman he inspected in the other stalls. A huge barefooted horse-faced man who was standing around and viewing the talisman was unable to restrain himself and asked, 20 pieces of spirit stones, are you willing to exchange? The stall's owner was a capable and vigorous youth. He used his hand and pointed to the signboard, then paid no heed to that person any longer. It's only a flying-type talisman. It's not even an offensive or defensive spirit talisman. 20 pieces is more than enough. The horse-faced man made a bid, mentioned, dissatisfied. If it was really an offensive or defensive spirit talisman, you think I would still settle for only 30 pieces? If you don't have 50 pieces, I won't even let you have a look. If you want to benefit at the other's expense, go to other places. I don't welcome it here. The youth finally said coldly. But the moment he opened his mouth, he made the huge man's face turn entirely red. Good lad. I Qin Yiling's Yi Bao will remember you. After this gathering ends, let's compare skills with each other. The horse-faced huge man said exasperatedly. Till, Yi Bao, means leaf leopard, Qin Yiling. Originally Han Li was beaming happily as he viewed by the side, but after suddenly hearing the name of this place he grew alarmed. Isn't that the birthplace of the dwarf I killed? Although the midget's words might not have been true, I must still be careful of this huge man who claims to be from the Yi clan. Thinking up until here, Han Li subconsciously retreated back a few steps, quietly left the area and went to the next vendor. But he already kept in mind the exchange of consolidation-type pill medicine written on the signboard. Han Li remembered that he still had a lot of unfinished yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills, but he didn't know if those were the types of pills that the youth was requesting for. When there were less people around, he would go again and ask. If he was really successful, then he would have some capital and would be able to exchange for some necessary items. After Han Li considered this, he turned his head to glance at the youth's stall and discovered that Yi Bao had unknowingly left to go somewhere else and was no longer there. Among the remaining people left, there was another person who fished out a bottle and handed it over to the youth. The youth opened the bottle and smelled it a bit, but he then shook his head and returned the bottle to the owner. The owner of the bottle could only leave the place with a face full of regret. The others seemed to have come together with that person and also left shortly afterwards. Currently there was no one in front of that stall. Seeing this, Han Li was delighted and slowly returned to the front of the youth's stall. When the youth saw Han Li, he smiled distractedly, clearly recognizing the person who came by once just now. Han Li did not care that the youth laughed and said, I have 2 types of medicine. Can we see if they are suitable for your request? After speaking, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles, one green and one blue, and placed it in front of the youth. Instead of speaking nonsense, the youth reached his hand out to take the 2 porcelain bottles and opened the lid one by one. He then brought the bottle openings closer to his nose and smelled hard at both bottles separately. Afterwards, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. The youth muttered to himself for a while and did not immediately return to normal. Instead he gently pushed the porcelain bottles towards Han Li. What is it? Han Li blinked and asked. To tell you the truth, the pill medicines in both bottles were better than the ones I saw from the previous few people. But to me they still not enough. The youth hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head and refused. Chapter 132 The Harvest. Chapter 132 The Harvest. When Han Li heard this, he was greatly disappointed, but it also did not surprise him. After all, the yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill were mortal spiritual medicines. To ordinary people these may be miracle medicines, but to immortal cultivators, these were indeed lacking. Since the youth did not look up, Han Li also did not want to be long-winded, so he reached out to take the porcelain bottles back. Although these pill medicines are indeed a bit lacking, if you have more bottles I will exchange with you. The youth suddenly spoke, looking quite sympathetic. After hearing the youth's words, Han Li's arm that was reaching out was immediately withdrawn. He laughed lightly. Did I say that I only have 2 medicinal bottles? Han Li spoke slowly as he narrowed his eyes to focus on the youth. You have more. The youth was slightly surprised, but he immediately revealed a cheerful expression. Of course, but if you want too many, I would still need to consider whether to agree with this transaction. Han Li said non-committally, as he was afraid that the youth might take advantage of the situation. That's great. I don't need a lot, just 3 bottles will do. It will be enough to allow me to break through the bottleneck in a short period of time. The youth cheered up, appearing very passionate, which was very different from his previously cold demeanor. This wasn't surprising. Who would bear to part with any consolidation pill medicine that was able to improve one's cultivation? There wasn't even enough to use on oneself. This was also the main reason why the youth had not exchanged the flight talisman these past few days. Han Li's yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill were not considered top-notch spiritual medicine to immortal cultivators, but thanks to the advantage of quantity, it was sufficient to allow the youth to break through to the 10th layer after being stuck at the peak of 9th layer for so long, thus increasing the youth's power drastically. However, only Han Li, a rascal who ate this type of medicine as mere snacks, could afford to use pill medicine for the exchange. Even so, Han Li was fully aware of the reason behind not exposing one's wealth. Han Li didn't want the youth to have the impression that he could easily take out huge amounts of pill medicine without having any regrets. Hence, Han Li touched his chin, making an appearance of pain as well as reluctance to part with his belongings. Is that so? Isn't it too many? I have to exchange all the medicine I have on me. Han Li intentionally muttered softly. This isn't a lot. After all, this is an elementary high-grade spirit talisman. Think about it, if you had this spirit talisman with you when you meet any dangers, you can immediately soar far into the sky. You can even fly faster than most of the birds. It's equivalent to having another chance to live. Furthermore, as long as the talisman's spiritual chi doesn't disperse, it can be used repeatedly many times. It is truly a useful spirit talisman. The youth saw Han Li looking like he was going to give all his pill medicine, so he strongly promoted the advantages of his soaring sky talisman and flourished the smile on his face even more, afraid that Han Li would be unwilling and back out of the transaction. If we want to exchange, then fine. Give me a dozen of those talisman papers as a treat. That book too. Han Li added when saw that the youth really wanted his pill medicine, so he straightforwardly pointed at a dozen slips of plain white talisman paper and an old book titled Manual of Basic Incantations. The youth was shocked for a moment, but when he saw Han Li pointed to the low-rank talisman paper and an incantation book that was impossible to sell off, he was immediately delighted and agreed to it. So this was how Han Li obtained Soaring Sky Talisman and even managed to acquire a dozen slips of talisman paper as well as the incantation book that he had his eye on from the very beginning. Han Li flipped through the old book. In the book there were all kinds of most basic elementary incantations, including 7 to 8 low-grade magic techniques and an elementary mid-grade earth thrust technique. To other immortal cultivators this kind of book was worthless, but it made Han Li extremely satisfied. This was because Han Li was currently lacking in these types of basic incantation techniques. Even though the stall in front of him sold manuals that were better and more complete, their prices were astonishing. One manual titled Comprehensive Collection of Elementary Incantations of the 5 Elements was priced at 90 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, and another called Fundamental Water Incantation Talisman Techniques was priced at 60 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Although all these books were thick and contained more incantation techniques, the current Han Li really couldn't buy them at all. TL 5 elements refer to the and. After obtaining these goods, Han Li felt a little tired and was not in the mood to continue strolling, so he directly exited the plaza and headed towards the pavilion. Not long after leaving the plaza, Han Li turned his head to look and discovered that there were even more people within the plaza. It seemed like there were many of those night owl-like immortal cultivators who preferred the nighttime. When Han Li got closer to these palace-type buildings, he discovered that the towers were actually built using extremely precious paulownia wood and large pieces of limestone. Not only was every floor carved with a picture of dragons and phoenix and was very refinedly constructed, there was even a faint fluctuation of spirit power coming from one of the nearby towers. Perhaps it was the restraining technique that Taoist priest Qingwen mentioned. Han Li walked around for a lap, and after finally finding the pavilion he was looking for, he walked towards it. But about 3 meters away from his destination, Han Li suddenly felt like he slammed into something after an invisible immense force abruptly pushed him and forcibly forced him to retreat far back. Han Li was somewhat startled yet excited. It appeared that there was a lot of things he still didn't know about in the cultivation world, and he desperately wanted to learn everything. As Han Li thought about this, his heart beat faster. He used the Heaven's Eye technique and gazed towards the small building. In the end, Han Li saw a faint layer of green light in front of him, obstructing the way. The whole pavilion was covered in the same green light, as if a huge bowl had been overthrown and was covering it. Han Li stepped forward once again, extended a finger and lightly jabbed the green light. There was a soft and extremely elastic feeling. Using a bit more strength, there was a faint force that bounced back. The defense power of the green light was quite effective. Since Han Li managed to understand the effect of the green light, he stopped investigating it. He took out the talisman that Taoist priest Qingwen gave him and walked closer towards the light screen. In the end, the green-colored light screen immediately cleared away in ripples. A round hole soon appeared for Han Li to pass through. Han Li kept the talisman properly and strided in unceremoniously towards the tower. At this moment, the round hole slowly became smaller until it finally closed fully, returning the light screen back to its normal appearance. The tower in front was not considered to be very big. There were only 2 stories and was about 33 meters tall. But from the looks of the area of the land, there was plenty of space to spare for 10 or more people to live. Han Li smiled and lifted his leg to enter the building. Upon entering the first floor's hall, other than the 2 large 8-seat square table, there were 10 wooden chairs with simple and elegant upholstery. There was even a few immortal cultivators. The small Buddhist monk Kusang was sitting on the floor at the corner of the hall with his head lowered. His eyes were shut and he was chanting Sanskrit, looking like he was a senior monk. As for the other people, Han Li has not seen them before. Master Kusang, is Taoist priest Qingwen not back yet? Han Li asked politely as he walked towards the Buddhist monk. The small Buddhist monk paid no heed to Han Li and continued to mutter some words, until Han Li became impatient with waiting. The Buddhist monk opened his eyes and said to Han Li with a look of apology, "Almsgiver Han, please do not blame me. I was reciting the Diamond Sutra up to a crucial point, so I was unable to reply to your question immediately. Please do not get mad at me." Han Li heard the Buddhist monk's reply and laughed dryly. "How is that possible? I admire focused people the most." Hearing Han Li say that, the small Buddhist monk laughed and leisurely said, "Taoist priest Qingwen and the others are currently waiting for almsgiver Han at the 2nd floor. They instructed me to immediately tell you to go up once I saw you. It seems like they are looking for almsgiver for some matters." TL. Almsgiver or benefactor is a traditional way Buddhist monks address others. Han Li became somewhat gloomy when he heard this. Really? Even though there were people looking for Han Li, this small Buddhist monk not only failed to immediately tell Han Li, he was still so slow and long-winded. In the future, it would be better to be further away from the same type of people as the small Buddhist monk. The further the better. Han Li silently cursed in his heart, but his face remained unchanged as he nodded his head. He walked towards nearby stairs in the hall and headed up to the 2nd floor. Upon entering the 2nd floor, Han Li saw the 2 brothers He Mu and He Jin talking at the stairway entrance. Once they saw Han Li coming up, they quickly stopped their conversation and welcomed Han Li. "Brother Han, Taoist priest Qingwen is currently waiting for you in the house. Follow both of us brothers to go over there." Han Li's expression was calm and he did not utter a single word. He followed the 2 brothers around 7 to 8 turns along the corridor and entered a house. There were many people in the house. Apart from the Buddhist monk, everyone else was here. There were even 2 strangers that Han Li did not recognize. One of them was a 16 to 17-year-old youth, and the other was a 21 to 22-year-old fatty with fair skin. It seemed that these 2 were the rascals that even caused a headache for Taoist priest Qingwen. "Brother Han is here. Quickly sit." Taoist priest Qingwen said to Han Li as he very politely pointed to a chair beside him. Han Li nodded and sat there. These two people are Yunmen Ravines Wu Jiuji and Shirtu Valley's Huang Xiaotian. Qingwen pointed to the youth and fatty separately and introduced them to Han Li. Tiao? Jiuji means 9 fingers. Shaon means filial piety sky/heaven. Chapter 133, Thieving Skills, Aya. I am Wu Jiuji. As soon as I saw brother I felt particularly familiar. Could it be we were brought together by the karma between our previous incarnations? Come, let us later drink some wine and become sworn brothers. As soon as Taoist priest Qingwen had finished speaking, this happily smiling chap suddenly scurried over and threw himself in front of Han Li. He extended a hand to firmly grasp Han Li's arm and then said these words with a face of deep emotion. Han Li was initially startled but soon after he softly smiled. It's not that we can't be brothers, but can you not touch my body so casually with your hand? My tastes are quite ordinary. I don't have even the slightest interests in beautiful young men. Han Li mockingly said with a slight smile. An arm was suddenly raised into the air and turned over by Han Li. It was grabbed by the wrist as quick as lightning. This wrist had already been secretly extended halfway into Han Li's front jacket. Cough cough. This is truly strange. How did my hand run off into brother's bosom? It was definitely impatient to greet brother Han once I saw him. The youth separated from Han Li on the spot. First he blushed with a surprised complexion, but after a few dry coughs and a few murmurs, he slowly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Han Li did not have any intention of holding back the youth's wrist. When the youth used force, Han Li had voluntarily let go. At this time Han Li had actually grew quite an interest toward this Wu Jiuji. He was obviously a cultivator but he uses the thieving skills of a person from Jianghu. This pickpocketing of his was truly quite interesting. However, his technique was quite excellently practiced. Were it not Han Li but another cultivator, they would perhaps be truly unaware of his dirty trick. Surely quite a few people in this room had already suffered from his antics. Just as Han Li thought this, he heard Hu Pinggu's schadenfreude-laced voice. Boy Wu, have you met your match? Brother Han actually caught you at the scene. Are you going to continue boasting that your thieving skills are top-notch with these petty thefts of yours? What about it? This young master is satisfied. You want me to steal from you one more time? What haven't I stolen? You don't have anything of the slightest value from head to toe. What have you come to Great South meeting for? Wu Jiuji harshly said, curling his lip. What did you say, brat? Did I not yet settle your debt the last time you stole from me? Hu Pinggu suddenly jumped from her chair with an ashen complexion. In addition, her fully bearded husband, though he did not say anything, had his hand on the broadsword behind his back with eyes glaring at the youth. Han Li would later find out this Xiong Dali was actually a mute and therefore relied on his wife for all his affairs. Enough. We are all cultivators and should remain amiable. You two back down. Do not argue again. When Taoist priest Qingwen saw this, he wrinkled his brow. However, after the words of conciliations were said, he solemnly said toward Jiuji, Brother Wu, I know your thefts are only for fun, but you must return the objects to their owner every time. You mustn't have malicious intention. However, if you continue to do this, you will provoke disaster sooner or later. Not all of your victims will be easy to deal with. If you were to offend somebody from a cultivator clan, it wouldn't be that we wouldn't want to help but rather that we simply couldn't. That is why you shouldn't pull these kinds of pranks anymore. When the youngster heard Taoist priest Qingwen's heartfelt words, he could not help but feel embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and sincerely mentioned, Actually, on the journey to the Great South Valley, I accidentally obtained these thieving skills. But because I found it amusing, I could not help but practice it subconsciously on everyone. However, since this brother Han could defeat this little brother, others at the Great Assembly should be much more difficult to deal with. That's why everyone should feel relieved since this little brother will not play with his life and will not use his stealing skills at the Great Assembly. When the Taoist priest heard the youngster's words, his face showed an overjoyed expression. Brother Wu's talent is quite outstanding. At this age he's already trained to the great circle of 8th layer. He is the true genius among us cultivators. It's better that he behaves himself this way. This little brother will not let down Taoist priest Qingwen's expectations. I request that everyone will better take care of me in the future. Wu Jiuji gave a deep salute to everyone individually. After doing so, the hatred towards him was resolved. Although Hu Pinggu's face still had a somewhat angry expression, her complexion was much better than before. It seemed she had reluctantly accepted his goodwill. Taoist priest Qingwen turned his head over and said to Han Li with a smile, "I didn't think that Brother Han who had just joined us would immediately perform such a great service. This humble Taoist wishes to thank you." Han Li faintly smiled and declined with a soft voice, "What does this have to do with me? This matter was completely handled by Taoist priest." The Taoist priest shook his head with a smile and spoke no further. However, at this moment the drone of an indistinct voice sounded out. "Taoist priest, for what did you call us all over? Why doesn't this Buddhist monk join in?" It turned out to be the fair-skinned fatty had uttered these words. However, this man was actually qualified to speak to Qingwen in this manner. Han Li have been long aware that among them, the fatty had the greatest magic power, deeper than that of Qingwen. That was why no one dared to mock the fatty's coarse words. Even that Wu Jiuji had a deadpan appearance and didn't show the slightest bit of difference. It seems this world of cultivators is just about the same as the secular Jianghu. Only those possessing strength will be respected. Han Li thought as he saw this jeer. He. Brother Huang is quite an impatient person. Very well, this humble Taoist will reveal the reason why he has called all of you here. Qingwen waved his horsetail whisk and said without the slightest trace of anger. The Great South meeting has already passed half of its duration. It will be concluded in 10 days. Shouldn't everyone conclude their business? If you want to set up a vendor's stall, then it would be best if we do it together. That is why I sought to discuss this with everyone. As for Master Kusang, he already finished exchanging the items he brought. Therefore he needn't again participate in this discussion. So it was like that. I should indeed exchange some items for a few spirit stones and buy a few other items. The people in the room started to whisper. After a lively discussion, everyone except Han Li expressed interest in setting up a street vendor's stall the next day. Brother Han does not wish to participate? Wu Jiuji asked, somewhat amazed. The others also looked toward Han Li with doubt. I initially only brought a few items with me. Last night, I happened to meet a few appropriate customers and already finished exchanging everything. That is why I don't plan to participate with you. With a calm look, Han Li indifferently explained. So it's like that. You really don't need to be bothered with us. Brother Han is truly fortunate to have finished exchanging his items after just arriving. Hu Pinggu mentioned somewhat enviously. The others also shot Han Li an envious, "You are truly lucky" look. After Han Li heard this, he smiled and spoke no further. Taoist priest Qingwen saw that business discussions were finished. He happily stood and said, "We should all rest well tonight and wake up spirited tomorrow. I hope you will all earn good profits." Once everyone heard this, they also stood and smiled, preparing to leave. At this time, Taoist priest Qingwen seemed to have remembered something. His expression suddenly turned serious and he said to everyone, "By the way, after the Great South meeting finishes, everyone shouldn't depart by themselves. I heard that after the past few Great South meetings ended, a few rogue cultivators such as ourselves disappeared without a trace. It would be better to be a bit more careful. It can be assumed that who is involved would not miss the opportunity to attend the Great Tian Wutai Immortal Ascension Assembly. Everyone should stay together to enhance their safety." After everyone heard the Taoist priest say rogue cultivators had gone missing, the He brothers and Hu Pinggu faces paled. Rogue cultivators Hong Lian and Wu Jiuji were bewildered. Fatty Huang Xiaotian coldly snorted with a gloomy expression. "Right. Us brothers approve of Taoist priest Qingwen's words. It would be better to stay together as a group. As a married couple, we do not disagree." Both the He brothers and Hu Pinggu with her husband agreed. It seemed they were greatly fearful toward this matter. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.